Hello everybody and welcome to Chess24's broadcast on the Candidates Tournament. I'm International Master Anna Rudolf and I'm delighted to be joined by the one and only Jan Gustafsson. We've been missing you, Jan.
Have you? It looked like the show went very well, so I got big boots to fill. Our boy Pepe Cuenca, he's playing chess this weekend himself, so I'm stepping in.
In which country is he playing? He said he is playing the Swedish league, is that correct?
I believe so.
So the big boots, but also a big t-shirt because people were joking about his muscles.
Yeah, I haven't been hitting the gym, so can't compete on that front either.
What do we have for today? I think the two leaders are facing each other and also the two players at the bottom. Very interesting round for today.
It's always interesting rounds, isn't it? Like there's no fillers in this candidates tournament.
That's true, and no boring games, no boring draws. So I think we cannot complain about the level of chess. Everybody's fighting.
Yeah, but not everybody's fighting equally successfully, especially Topalov and Nakamura haven't really found into the tournament yet, and they're facing each other.
That's true. What do you expect on that board if you already mentioned that game?
We can jump straight into the action because there is some moves as far as I can see.
And we've got there the cartoons.
Get used to the adjusting the cartoons, which is going to be a lot of very hard work. Here we go.
So Hikaru has won 2 games, drawn 6 and lost 5 against Topalov.
Yeah. It's strange with Hikaru. He has very polarized scores against a lot of the guys. His great scores against Vichy and Kramnik and some others, also Karana, but terrible score against Magnus famously.
What do you think could be the reason?
I don't know. Like he has a style that is a little more distinguished than some of the other guys. He plays more directly. He likes playing very sharp lines once in a while against some guys like Kramnik and Vichy. And it works against some people. It doesn't work so well against others, while most of the other top players are more universal, it feels like, so the scores are a little less polarized. While with Hikaru, it can always go either way.
And your prediction for this game today? Will he be in a good shape and try to beat Topalov?
I don't think either of them is in a very good shape. They had a...
After the rest day, can they recover? Can they start a new tournament? Or is that too difficult, psychological, to forget everything?
I don't know. Topalov, he takes a lot of pride in, and he's been good at forgetting the last game's result and making comebacks in a bunch of tournaments, mainly in the past, like 10 years ago. But I believe psychologically he's more used to things not going well and still hanging in there. For Nakamura, he's talked a lot about how important this tournament is to him, and to be sitting there on -2 with almost no chance to win the tournament, which is really all that matters to him, it felt like. I believe it's going to be tough for him, but one win could do miracles, so can't write him off, but I don't expect him to win today.
So you expect a draw? Or Topalov with the black pieces?
No, I'll play it safe and predict a draw.
I also think it's going to be a draw, but I expect that they will fight some aggression on the board. I hope we can see that.
Yeah, we got a couple moves. It's a line Topalov knows a lot about. The Slav with 4 e3, bishop f5. And Topalov knows a lot about this because he had many discussions in his World Championship match, the infamous World Championship match, the Toilet Gate match against Vladimir Kramnik. They played this position a couple times, normally with Topalov on the white side though. So this time he tries it on the black side. Knight h4 is the white idea, getting rid of this bishop on f5. That's the only way to play for an advantage. Bishop g6, a lot of theory here. Bishop e4 is a move, bishop g4 is a move. Bishop g6 is supposed to be the most solid. Knight takes, pawn takes, and rook b1, which I believe is an idea that Topalov himself introduced against Kramnik. It's a bit of a strange looking move. It might prepare b4 for this long-term plan with c5 and b5, but it's never reached mainline status. I think my friend Paco Vallejo, who was on Team Topalov, he did a lot of work on those lines, and this might have been his idea. But we'll see how Topalov deals with his own creation. Knight b7 and c5 immediately, closing the position, signaling he wants to go for aggression on the queen side.
There are a few recent games in this variation, as you have mentioned it. I see a Gelfand Van Gaal game from 2014, and Nisipiano Malachov from 2012, but not so many games.
No, this rook b1 never got that popular, and it's hard to believe it's the refutation of the line, but it's a very principled plan to close the position and try to attack on the queen side. So black has to decide what to do if he wants to go for counterplay in the center quickly with e5. Plans with b6 aren't that effective here normally, because that's why white went rook e1. If you go b6 and a5, which is typical counter, now white can just play a3 and there's no rook on prise on a1. So opening this queen side up tends to help white. I'd be surprised if Topalov went for that.
That's why e5 is the main move here after c5, isn't it?
I don't know if there's enough games or enough theory to say there is such.
I just thought it's logical if you say that on the queen side b6, a5 doesn't make sense, so black should play for e5 then.
Yeah, I would guess so. Like, I'm not familiar with the games played here, but to me a plan with e5 and then bishop e7 maybe takes here and trying to bring this knight to e6 looks logical at first sight.
Yeah, this Gelf and Van Gaal game went with the e5, b4 and their a6. So we'll see if they are following that game, but it's just a blitz game, so it doesn't make that much of a sense that it's the theoretical main line.
We'll find out. Let's go to the other games. This is the battle between the tail enders, but we should also keep an eye on the leaders.
Exactly.
Where do we have the leaders?
Karyaki and Aronian both on +2. Aronian's victory against Nakamura was not an easy one. A rook endgame where Hikaru touched his king and didn't want to move it.
Yeah, that was a strange incident. I haven't studied it very much, but yeah, it looked like Hikaru touched his king, noticed that the move he wanted to play was losing, and then yeah, tried to adjust it, but the arbiters didn't allow that to happen.
Exactly, you cannot touch the piece and then say I adjust.
Unfortunately.
With Karyakin and Aronian, I think one of the funny things I noticed is that they played the last candidates tournament they both won with the black pieces against each other in 2014. I don't know if that makes any sense to talk about it for today's game, that with black normally you have less chances, but it's just a funny thing that they both won against each other and with black.
Yeah, I believe this Karyakin victory came very late in the tournament when Levon didn't have chances for a win anymore, therefore he might have been
Just
steaming a little. I believe he has a very good score against Karyakin overall, yeah, +9, -3. And it's a curious line they're playing. Karyakin can play anything. He's mainly an e4 player, but he's done a lot of d4s or knight f3s recently as well. And this line they're playing is a line people like to play against Levon, because Levon likes to set up with e6, bishop e7, which is perfectly normal. White can transpose to some Catalan here by playing d4, c4, but that tends to be pretty alright for black these days. Check out my video series on the Catalan in case you missed it. But against Levon they like to play d3 castles knight bd2, and the main reason for it is that Levon is one of the few top players who doesn't like playing the main line here, which is c5, e4, knight c6. This we've seen by Karyakin himself, for example, in his match against Svidler in the World Cup, some other outings. But Levon normally plays a slightly goofy move, knight to c6 here, intending to play e6, e5. And that's a line which might be fine, but it has motivated some people like Vladimir Kramnik recently in Zurich to try it out against him. Kramnik played d3, d4 here, blocking e5 and claiming this knight on c6 is silly. So I guess Karyakin's preparation was based on that, but Levon decides to play something different. This time around he goes a5, a move I've never seen.
Wow, so instead of knight c6, which he played against Karyakin as well last year, he goes for a5. Let me see if there are many games with that move. I don't think so, but knight bd to a5. Well, a few. Ponomarev Bruthon 2011, Laznička Pavlovich 2012, and Valdez Mastrovasilis 2014.
Yeah, it's a logical plan. You want to push the a-pawn further up the board to gain some space. And if white goes a4, it's probably not in his interest, because white wants to play in the center and on the king side, so to touch the pawns on the queen side, I guess it's not ideal. Maybe now Levon's plan with knight c6 is even better. But it does lose a lot of time, and Karyakin plays the normal move e4. Levon goes a4, grabbing extra space, and it already looks like decision time. For example, do you want to allow black to play a3, and reply with b3, or do you want to stop this pawn, spend a tempo on a3?
Yeah, Ponomarev chose a3, but on the other hand, Lajnitska went for e5 immediately, not caring about a3.
Yeah, no, a3 looks logical to me to fix it here. And I don't think there's any rush with going e5, because you can always do it. Black is not going to take on e4 anytime soon, relinquishing his stronghold in the center. So Karjakin came out to fight. He doesn't want to play a theoretical line where, if Levon knows his stuff, which he tends to do, a draw is likely, but he wants to play some more or less unknown sharp position with pieces on the board. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, we will see if he goes a3. Actually, that game, the Ponomarev-Ruthven went with a3, d takes c4, d takes c4, and then knight c6.
Just as I said, he doesn't want to take.
Yeah, I thought the same too, but maybe I wanted to ask you how can Black continue if not taking a knight c6? Because if he doesn't want to go, how can he set up his pieces? You don't really want to push c5, you don't want to go, I don't know, weird moves like b6 here.
Well, you could go c5. That could actually transpose to some of the main lines where then Black follows up with this.
If he never plays with c5, then he doesn't want to transpose. Or you think he doesn't mind in this case after this a4, a3?
Oh no, actually, yeah. Now that I think about this, d knight c6 or whatever makes some sense, because Black gains some space, and with the a pawn out of the way, main lines b6, bishop a6 can be a little unpleasant. Let's say queen e2, b6, and this bishop can come here. So it could be that is his idea, and that's why whoever it was preferred to push e5 immediately, and after knight d7 maybe. Now you spend this tempo. I don't know, it's complicated. And it does look like it does look like a3 was played, and he did decide on the c5 plan.
So are we transposing to the main line, or how is the exact main line with c5?
Yeah, I don't know, I just know it schematically. Normally you don't reach this exact position, but the white plan tends to be something like, you want to play h4, knight to f1, bishop to f4, knight to h2, knight g4, h5, and hope to somehow checkmate on the king side.
The standard King's Indian attack.
Right. And Black wants to create counterplay on the queen side with b5 and b4, and it becomes a race on who is first. I believe theoretically, like these old lines that I've seen are supposed to be okay for Black. Therefore, some white players have experimented with not going e5 at all, but playing some ideas with an early e takes d5 or something. But it's going to be very interesting to see, I have to admit. I've never played this with either side, so I'm not much of an expert here.
It's a bit rare to see this on top level, isn't it? Because I think there are many club players who love the King's Indian attack, and they always play it, whether against the French or Sicilian, against any opening when they can. But on top level, I don't recall many games with these variations.
No, this plan is easy to memorize and appealing. You go e5, knight, rook e1, and so on. All these arrows I just made, that's why it's always been popular at club level. But at top level, all the less trodden paths are getting more popular, because in the main lines everybody's so well prepared, like you're probably not going to win against Levon by playing the standard Catalan. So people are trying all kinds of setups that weren't popular earlier, like we've seen a lot of London systems and all kinds of nonsense, or no nonsense, all kinds of offbeat lines.
Third H4 and such.
Yeah, that's a bit extreme what Topalov did. But in general, a lot of offbeat lines that are leading to fresh positions just to get a game, I believe that's the reasoning. It's not that Karjakin believes, this line is winning and underestimated.
Just to play well position and see who is in better shape. Karjakin has been playing extremely well. What did you think about his game against Caruana with the queen sacrifice?
No, I think Karjakin's been very impressive throughout the tournament. Like, he has these qualities which he's always had, that he's a very stubborn defender, he doesn't get nervous, he doesn't collapse, he's always been a fantastic endgame player. He's had some troubles historically in middle games where he's getting outplayed, and it felt like he's been under some pressure in all these Queen's Indians he's been playing, but he's just been defending tremendously well against both Topalov and against against Caruana, sorry. And he also won a very nice clean game with white against Vichy, which is not an easy thing to do. So he's looking good. Speaking of Vichy...
So what do you predict here? Because I think you try to escape from predicting a result in this game.
No, I always get them all wrong. I don't know. the safe bet. The problem is, if you want to get it right, you always got to predict a draw, because it's more likely than anything else. We will see in all these individual scores, in almost every case, there's more draws than anything else. But just for some excitement, I'm going to predict an Aronian victory in this one.
I wanted to say Karjakin's victory, so
Okay.
I think we're gonna have to look at this game very often and see who is winning our bet.
We will, because both these guys are the joint leaders on 4 out of 6. We have this standing somewhere here. Karjakin was caught by Levon, who won this Rook endgame against Nakamura. And yeah, they're in the lead with Vichy half a point behind. So this is the big one.
Only 2 players on 50% and Peter on -1, Topalov and Nakamura on -2.
Yeah, Caruana and Giri drawing all their games, having a battle for the draw king competition. But Peter is not far behind with only 1 decisive game. So there is still action there.
And more than half of the tournament is still to come. This is round 7 and they are playing 14 games. So anybody can still win the tournament. Even though if you are not in shape like Topalov and Nakamura, it's less likely, but mathematically anyone could still win.
Obviously. A lot of action still to come. But I'd be surprised if it was anybody, no offense to Peter Svidler, who has less than 50% right now. That's a big hole to climb out of in 7 rounds, because as we've seen, these guys, they don't lose that many games. Shall we conclude our tour?
Definitely, and the predictions. Giri against Anand. I think that's gonna be a draw. Without seeing the head-to-head result, without seeing the opening, I would have said a peaceful draw.
That's a safe prediction in that matchup. And as we see, Giri won 1 game against Vichy recently in Bilbao, where he caught him in the opening. The rest have been draws. There's a lot of talk about Giri's plus score against Magnus Carlsen, where he has a very similar score, but he also never lost to Vichy Anand. He's a solid guy, Anish.
Very solid, almost never makes mistakes, but also doesn't take many risks.
Yeah, he's struggled, converting advantages in this tournament. He's, as always, very well prepared in the opening, but that game against Veselin Topalov, he had good chances to pull out his first victory. Didn't quite manage. So what's going on here? Knight f3. Everybody plays knight f3 in this tournament. We don't see a lot of Nimzos. t5, knight c3. It looks like Vichy prepared this knight bd7 line for the candidates. In the past he's preferred bishop b4 or c6. But he goes with this again, knight bd7. Seen an earlier game where after bishop f4 against Levon, he took on c4. It was a very sharp position. But Anish wants to get him out of book probably and plays a sideline here. He plays the move queen to c2. Bishop f4 is the main line. The other normal moves are c takes d5, e takes d5, and bishop g5. And black could go bishop b4, transposing to this Ragozin, or he could play c6 or bishop e7, transposing to whatever we call it, the Karlspot structure. But queen c2, rare move in this very position. Let's see how Vichy reacts. dc4, I guess the idea is e4. Interesting line, I've never looked at this queen c2, I have to admit. And Vichy goes bishop b4, he's saying now that your queen is on c2, I'm fine doing my Ragozin setup. And
Will they transpose then to...
I think they're transposing to some sort of Nimzo, but not the position that black normally wants to get. So let me try to explain that. There is a well-known line that Vladimir Kramnik, but Vichy as well, have played hundreds of times, probably not literally, but very often, which goes like this. And it's very similar. If we went knight f3, knight bd7 here, we'd get the same position. But after knight f3, the typical black plan is to take on c4. Queen takes c4. Go b6, leave the knight here, so the bishop can go to a6 with tempo, and then play for c5 with knight bd7. While in the position they have in the game...
So this is the worst version if he wanted to go for the same plan, but he has to play in a different way, maybe playing for c5, or how can you...
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. It's certainly, if you get this position via the other move order, you wouldn't play knight bd7, so I guess this is Anish's point. But still, White has to make a move. C takes d5 looks tempting, but it normally is quite well met by knight to e4, then ed5, knight f6, bishop f5. Such stuff tends to be okay. Therefore, Anish played bishop g5, which is also very logical. And yeah, it's a fresh position. I don't know, but I would not bet against Vishy Anand's home preparation. He probably checked this out.
There are only a few games here and no top players. I think the highest rating player I can see is a Dutch player, Michiel Spart, at 2,500 against an unrated in the Dutch league. I don't think that the players are aware of this game.
No, the setup, yeah, it's rare. So I'm curious if Anish outsmarted Vishy by playing this rare move order and got Vishy into something he doesn't like, or if this is a position that Vishy has checked and thought it was fine anyway.
I think Anish has been very smart with his opening choices. Even when he was surprised with his h4 by Topalov, he reacted in a way that he thought that, okay, in the Banco gambit, the h4 move is not useful. So that's why he never plays the Banco, but in that position he went for it because he just thought that's a move that doesn't really fit into the position.
Yeah, Anish is extremely well prepared in the opening, and not just well prepared. It's not that he's sitting at home memorizing moves, but he understands the first 20 moves or the first 50 moves as well as anybody, like what to go for, what not to go for, also psychologically how you could get people out of book or out of their preferred schemes. He's very, very good at that stuff, which is very impressive. And yeah, in my opinion, maybe the best opening player out there, even though Vishy is also always in contention for that title. After all these World Championship matches he's played, Vishy knows everything about everything too. So let's see what they got. Bishop g5, h6, bishop h4. As mentioned, the dc4 plan is no longer so appealing. Therefore, Vishy goes for c5. This might seem a little counterintuitive because normally people are taught if your opponent has the two bishops, you don't want to open the position. But quite often that's not true because if you play this quietly, where let's say c6, e3, b6, something like that, then White will have a long-term advantage and just finish his development without being bothered, and the two bishops will have their say later in the game. So typically, White had to spend a bit of time to get this two bishops advantage, like here bringing his queen out. Therefore, Black should play actively in the early phases, trying to get some positional compensation for the bishops, like maybe in this case he's trying to inflict Giri with an isolated pawn. c5, e3 was played. C takes D, and he's hoping for E takes D, D takes C. But Giri, solid as he is, he doesn't want any positional weaknesses. He takes with the queen on d4.
Interesting move to see. Queen takes.
Yeah, it's a sharp position in a way, because if White is given some time to finish development, he's just going to be better. So Vishy has to come up with some counterplay. He's played the move rook to e8, maybe preparing e5. But I can't say I fully understand this. I thought after CD he had to go ED, which looks terrible. But I guess his point is he wants to go queen a5 check. Then b4, queen takes.
It still looks like a position that's pleasant for White, even though it's not a big deal, but
No,
I think
definitely
Anish is happy in a position like this.
Two bishops, it's an advantage. Like Vishy traditionally has been great, especially with knight and bishop against the two bishops, just neutralizing this advantage and holding slightly inferior endgames. That's not really what you want from the get-go, a slightly inferior endgame against Anish. He's gonna be happy. We shall see, but it looks like once again Anish worked his opening magic and got a bit of an advantage against Vishy, which is not an easy thing to do.
So it will be Vishy trying to equalize and suffering a bit to equalize.
Yeah, I would guess so. Like, he might have some sharper alternatives, but I don't like any of them. g5 looks like too much, and e takes d5 just looks bad. Bishop d3.
I think a computer suggestion is c takes e5. After c takes, play e5. Not that I understand what's going on.
I also don't like it much. Queen d1, let's say. It's very, very committal.
It is, and then he goes like queen b6, just crazy things.
Yeah, I
Just
don't
playing
think
with the
Vishy's
pawn
gonna
down.
do this. No.
Doesn't seem like the players will go for this variation.
No, I doubt it. Yeah, feels like Anish caught him a little bit, which, yeah, is interesting because he's done this to Vichy before. He's really the only guy who's ever done this. Well, ever is not true, but who's done this to Vichy recently, like beat him out of the opening. And here, beating is a bit strong, but he certainly seems to have a nice position. And Vichy won't be happy. Let's go to Peter Svidler. We haven't seen Peter's game at all yet.
And we need to predict the result on that board.
Oh, sorry.
Peter Svidler against Fabiano Caruana.
What are we predicting in Giri Anand?
Oh, I already said a peaceful draw, but I think you still need to tell me what you expect.
I'm also going with the draw, but I think it's going to be long suffering for Vichy. Wouldn't be surprised by an Anish win in this one. But I'm hedging, so I'm going to go with the draw.
I hope for a victory by Anish, but I think it's going to be a draw. I think it's just too slight edge, but Vichy will defend.
Very likely. Here we got Svidler Caruana, our friend Peter Svidler, against Fabiano Caruana, who also drew all his games, had totally winning position against Veselin Topalov, so he won't be happy about that, but has bounced back quite well. Very sharp game against Levon where he played well. So I have a feeling Caruana, of course today is a big game, but he's still in this. If he can win one game, he's very much in the race and can close in on the top.
Exactly, that's what Lawrence told us yesterday, actually, that he still believes that Caruana can win it. Of course, he's supporting him, and as you mentioned, he is playing very well. Also against Karyakin, he was pushing, and it's just incredible that Karyakin defended like the engine.
Yeah, Peter Svidler on the other hand, yeah, of course. I'm rooting for him, so I'm not 100% unbiased here. Things haven't gone well, and he should have a better score because he's been very well prepared in the first couple games, got a lot of nice positions, but didn't manage to convert any. Like, I think he was better in 4 games, but they ended in draws, and then the first time he ran into some trouble against Vichy, yeah, he lost. Very nice game by Vichy, but not a good game for Peter. So this is a big game for both of them to determine how the tournament goes. Let's see the opening. Peter goes 1 c4, doesn't go for e4 this time around. And Caruana plays c5. So not a discussion of this c4 e5 English, which we've seen a lot. Caruana plays a symmetrical line, which is in his repertoire. He's played this against Nakamura, for example, in Norway chess, and I'm sure at other occasions too. g3, knight c6. They started doing this. Earlier d5 was a little more trendy amongst Grunfeld players, but here they've suffered a bit. For example, Levon beat Topalov with e4 recently, and it looks like black players don't want to go here anymore. So they play this line with knight c6 first, which is very solid. White has a choice. If he goes d4, c takes d, knight takes d4. e6, this is one of my favorite lines, but at the top level, these guys, they tend to know what they're doing here with black. So g3, the main move. Once again, a choice. g6 is possible, e6 is possible. But now Caruana switches to d5. The point is that with white committed to g3, these other lines with an early e4 or e3 bishop coming out are no longer possible. And he likes the setup, bishop g2, g6. The alternative is knight to c7 followed by e5, trying to play some reversed Marocci, we call it, kind of setup, which is also very interesting. Caruana goes for...
Seems a lot more popular than g6. It's interesting, but of course it depends on also your taste, your playing style.
Yeah, the one thing you shouldn't do is to play e5 here. That's a well-known blunder, because if knight takes e5, white is winning a pawn. That's the reasoning behind knight c7. You get out of the way to prepare e5. But g6 is also a line with a solid reputation. Just trying to fianchetto this bishop and castling. Here is where it gets interesting, because Peter goes for knight g5.
Wow, is that a novelty, a rare move, or I'm the only one being surprised here?
I've seen this idea. I don't think it's a novelty. I guess it's been played even in this position. But it's not the main line. The main line is castles, bishop g7, knight takes d5, queen takes, and then d3, bishop e3, which is a line that's very far analyzed, and probably Peter didn't think you could get Fabiano in trouble here.
can only find one game among the recent games in this position with knight g5. That's Wangya Nyapomyachi, but a blitz game, I think.
Okay. Yeah, it's attacking this knight on d5. I believe after knight takes c3. I'm not 100% sure, but the point could be queen b3, attacking here and planning to go queen takes c3. So black typically reacts with e6, maintaining this knight on d5. If you go knight c7, now things are a little awkward as well, because once again queen b3 hits f7. So e6 is normal, d3. White is arguing that e6 is not really in black's interest because it's weakening some dark squares in his camp. He's hoping to get something going with maybe knight e4, bishop g5, some lines h4, h5. But he's also moving his knight around a lot in the opening, which you're not supposed to do, so it's a double-edged idea.
I'm hoping to see Peter winning this game. I will go against Caruana today. I cheer for Caruana as well, but I think today is the day for Peter to bounce back and win.
Yeah, I'm rooting for him, as I said. I'm not neutral in this one, though. Zero problems with Fabiano, who's a nice guy, and of course his manager, Lawrence Trent, visited us yesterday. We're always in touch with him as well. But gotta root for Peter, Team Chess 24. So d3, bishop g7, hitting the knight on c3, knight ge4, defending and keeping an eye on the c5 pawn. It's too early to go for moves like f5.
I wanted to ask you about it, if it's any possible to play f5, although it looks risky.
Looks very risky. I'm thinking knight takes d5 could be a move, or bishop g5 immediately. Yeah, this might just be strong. Bishop g5. Yeah, it looks like a little too much. Trying to figure it out. Knight takes c3. B takes c. I don't know. I don't trust this for black.
So even if black manages to win a pawn, it's still a lot of weak squares there on the king side.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to react to it. What if knight takes d5? The one line I did spot is that you can't recapture with the queen.
There's also another trick if e takes and then we can't capture the pawn on c5. So there are many tricks in this position, let's not blunder, but of course on this level we are not expecting any moves like that. Bishop g5 is
Yeah, I was
nice
thinking about this,
looking.
but it's not...
a5 you can make a draw maybe.
Yeah, it's not that that clear. But it has to favor white somehow. Queen b6, knight d6. Now it just feels like unwarranted aggression so early in the game. Therefore Caruana castles, and Svidler says, you know what, you can go f5 whenever you like. I'm gonna go for mate today. He plays h4. Really aggressive gesture.
So many h pawn moves in this tournament. Everybody's going brave and pushing the pawn. We don't have a name for the h pawn yet. We have the g pawn Gusti pawn and f pawn Fiona pawn, but no name for the h pawn. Guys, you should suggest us a name in the chat for the h pawn.
Yeah, I once called him Harry in a video, but then I was told that that's a copyright by Simon Williams, who calls him Harry the h-pawn, and I was accused of stealing from Simon, so Harry's no good.
We need a new name for the h-pawn. I'll get a pen. If there are any suggestions.
Still, now h4, I'm a little confused what happens after f5. Maybe Peter wants to sacrifice the exchange here even, which I would never do, but these strong players sometimes they argue.
I guess seeing those weaknesses in the dark squares, he might feel that it's justified.
Yeah, also I don't see what else he could do. Like, there is some positional compensation here. I'm not 100% sure if it's enough, because black has some active moves like queen to d4, for example, hitting the knight, when white probably has to go queen to c1. I don't know, it's very, very complex, and I struggle a bit evaluating such positions properly. I always err on the side of material, but there has to be some long-term compensation. Black is not developed yet. It's not so easy to get these guys out. And white has some nice attacking moves. Still very committal, because I don't see anything else after f5, really.
I don't know what's happening in the position, but what I do know is that we have a lot of suggestions for the name, including Hitman Pawn, Hangover Pawn, and Honey Pawn, all kinds of stuff. But what I like, I think, the most is the Hikaru Pawn. Why not?
I don't know. Is he a big H-pawn guy?
Yeah.
All right.
I think all the other names we have are also the names of chess players, so I think we should keep that good tradition and call the H-pawn Hikaru.
All right.
Harry Pawner. Yeah, many nice suggestions. Thank you guys in the chat. And also you can tweet us, of course, using the hashtag C24Live.
I'm still confused. What happens here after f5? If knight takes d5, now even fe4 looks interesting. But also just e takes d5 is still the same problem that knight c5 runs into queen a5 check, and now that black has an extra tempo, he's castled already. I'm not sure if this is in white's interest. Now this just seems fine for black.
Are we getting into trouble here with white?
No, I believe his idea is to sacrifice this exchange. It's just an incredibly committal decision. Might all be a home preparation, because normally, you don't launch such ideas lightly. h4 if you haven't looked at it. So maybe Svidler continues his tradition of good homework in the candidates, because really, except for the Vichy game where something went wrong, he's been doing excellently in the opening.
We thought with Pepe that he was the best prepared besides Anish Giri, that all the variations that he got on the board were just really nice. Even with black, trying to play for a win with black, he had very good chances also with the black pieces against Nakamura, for instance, almost winning. So brilliant preparation by Peter Svidler. Maybe is there anything you could help him with the preparation, or we shouldn't talk about that? People were asking in the chat if you are the second of Peter.
No, not really. Like, we're friends, and he was here doing Vaikanze commentary, and of course we talked about some chess and some lines as well. But no, I'm not working for him during this tournament, so I'm not faking my surprise here. I didn't know what he was going to play, and we haven't talked all that much. Like, normally if we talk during tournaments, it's more about what TV shows he should watch and stuff like that, but I'm not really
more important
that involved in his openings. I'd love to take credit, but I really can't. And I would never suggest a move like h4, so be sure I don't have anything to do with this. Still, I'm confused. Like, the normal black reaction would be to play h6, just to meet h5 with g5, and also to control the g5 square. And black can certainly do that with position that I struggle to understand. I guess white would castle, and it remains complicated. But this f5 move is really confusing me. It's knight d5, just ed5 is fine for black. So it does come down to this position. Yeah, which side would you choose? You like white's chances here?
I do like white's position, but I don't know if our attack will be enough to compensate for the exchange.
Yeah, me neither. Like, it feels like there is some compensation, and this might be a question of style. Like Topalov, maybe he considers this position it's just winning for white. But I'd be scared. I like material. Then again, it's not so easy for black to finish his development. You have this very nice bishop, which is making it hard to play b6. So there is some compensation. And maybe this is Peter homework. I honestly do not know. We'll come back to it should Fabiano decide on going f5. I guess I should put my coffee mug out of the screen. Hide it behind the board.
I have mine here all the time. I just don't know where to hide it. I've got
No,
a computer. But it's a Chess24 mug. So guys, soon you can also get yours. Also, if you become a premium, 2-year premium membership and 3-year premium membership, go with a gift bag, all kinds of Chess24 goodies.
Wow. Yeah, these And these cups are in high demand. We have some signed by Peter when he was here last time, but I'm not sure if they're sold out. Maybe there are some more. And yeah, it's a cup with the Chess24 logo. What could be better? I can't think of anything. I also can't think of Kayakin being better against Levon. I'm a bit surprised by the position they have on the board.
So we last saw this position after h4, I believe.
Yeah, a lot of h4s.
It's the most fashionable move at the candidates. h4 or h5 if you are black, you have to push the Hikaru pawn.
Right. Hikaru is the only one who's not in on the h4 action so far. Yeah, h4 I'm surprised by, because it's part of the plan if you want to go e5 and knight f1 and then h4. But normally you would do it after you already played e5, because if you go h4 immediately, as it happened, now black can take on e4, and in a structure after de, this pawn doesn't really fit in. It's similar to the problems Topalov experienced. If you go for an early h4, it's not always great. Here, you don't really want to have it there. After de, I guess, just b5. For example, black has a very nice position. Therefore, Kayakin took with a knight on e4. Levon just took it. de once again, no problem. Even the endgame is fine. So he decided to take with the rook. But strategically, this looks nice for black. b5. This bishop wants to come to b7. And I'm not quite sure what Kayakin's playing for here. Doesn't look realistic to go for an attack. Rook g4, whatever, even e5.
Yeah, steps into e5.
I like Levon's position here.
I start regretting my prediction, Karyakin's victory, because I already like more black's position as well.
I went with a black win, didn't I? I feel good about myself.
You're safe here.
Let's see what the computer feels about this. Yeah, the computer agrees with me. Yay. Says that black is slightly better, and that's how it looks like. No, this h4 move is very, very strange.
So instead of h4, he should have gone...
Well, e5 is the normal move. Knight d7, knight f1. And then you go for this plan with h4, bishop f4, knight h2, knight g4. Yeah, the machine is always happy here for black, but there is some decent chances to get checkmated too. Whatever, like something like this would be typical play. Here, here, here. That's the plan. As you mentioned, that club players like to play, and you can bang out the first 30 moves and then hope that you get a checkmate here. You get an h6, or if black goes h6, whatever. I'll make some moves which probably aren't very good. But here, many times you can think about sacrificing a piece there. Like if we stick with this position, queen b6 wasn't a good move, but just to illustrate, takes and queen to d2, followed by queen h6 and knight g5. Or it looks extremely scary.
It does. So weird decision by Karyakin, h4. He stumbles.
Yeah, and that's the one weakness I feel Karyakin has, that outside of the opening, sometimes he takes strange decisions, which, yeah, sometimes gets him into trouble, but that is where his strength comes in. He doesn't mind defending slightly worse, ugly positions. He's very, very stable psychologically and doesn't mind making ugly moves and sitting there behind not great looking positions. So it goes both ways, because he has a lot of practice in if things don't go well, but sometimes outside of the opening he takes decisions which I don't understand. And of course, all this criticism is with the greatest respect and the disclaimer that I know he's 2780 or whatever and a world-class player, but style-wise, yeah, it feels like sometimes he makes strange decisions after the opening phase is over.
Yeah, also against Peter Svidler, he got into a slight trouble with the white pieces, and maybe today he's doing the same. So normally with white you wish you could have a better position, but he's getting into an inferior position.
Yeah, I'm also slightly curious about d. Rook takes e4. Like, it might be time to admit, okay, things haven't gone so well, and to go de. But even here, this pawn on h4 really is stupid. Like,
and also, if the bishop gets to f6, isn't it annoying that?
Yeah.
Maybe
yeah, bishop
not
f6
now.
could be a move. I was even thinking, I'm not sure if this is a clever move, but to go e5 just to go bishop g4, when once again pronouncing that this guy is not doing all that well. So he took with the rook, but now, yeah, b5. These positions are just much easier to play with black. Could get the pieces out. for rook on d8, and then all kinds of options will appear. c4, knight d4, e5, f5. No, I like Levon's position here.
Me too. I start regretting my prediction, but anything can happen, and the games are always exciting here. Anyone can make a mistake, so I'm hoping for a mistake by Aronian today because I want to win the bet. Simple.
Fair enough. Let's check back in with Hikaru Nakamura and Vasilin Topalov, where, yeah, the play developed more or less along the lines we thought, but Topalov played an interesting move after c5. He played a5, stopping white from going b4 immediately, but white, of course, goes a3, sticking to that. And a5 was also threatening b6, but now once again black is ready to go b4. I'm surprised that he includes that, but probably his reasoning is sooner or later white is going to have to play b4.
And then you have the open a5 for the rook.
Exactly, and then he wants to use his rook on the a file.
There's one game with this. Oh, actually, we are transposing. Yeah, there are two games. Ashwin Raggar and Baburin Lauterbach. But
All right.
once again, these might be games that the players are not aware of.
Who knows how they're spending their time. Bishop e7 was played by Topalov, very logical. g3, Nakamura, e5, bishop to g2, and e4.
Actually, that's exactly the Ashwin Raggar game, so I might take back my word and they are aware of this game.
Could be, yeah. It's always a tricky decision, but I guess here it's correct not to go ed, knight f8, which is the plan that appealed to me. But if white manages to stabilize here, whatever, castles, knight e6, bishop to e3, then it looks like white has much easier play. You just push b4, his pawn is well defended, and black doesn't really have any active plans or good squares for his pieces. g4 is covered, this bishop is not going anywhere. So I guess having arrived here, Topalov has to go for e4. After b4 takes.
Yeah, this is where I think Hikaru improved the previous game, in this Ashwin Raggar game that we mentioned, because their f3 was played by white after e4 and it didn't really help. Actually, white got a nice position afterwards, but the engine suggests after e4, b4, so it should be an improvement.
Yeah, b4 looks normal. I'm wondering about f3. It's very committal. I wouldn't do it, because here black at the very least has some very clear routes for his pieces, and this construction is always a little weak. So you normally want to do this a bit later after you get all your pieces developed, and then if you feel like you're in time to open the position advantageously. I like b4 better. Knight f8, takes, knight f8. And I guess just b5, knight to e6. They're gonna play this position, which feels a little better for white. Then again, it's not so easy to come up with a plan. Like, you have some more natural moves, whatever. Bishop d2 and short castles. But it's not going to be easy to increase the pressure on the queen side, and black always has some counterplay. The white king goes to g1, maybe black leaves his rook here. There are some ideas to trouble the king, let's say sometimes g5, g4, knight g5, knight f3.
And that's something that Topalov would love to play for sure.
Right.
Yeah, it's not so easy to attack the c6 pawn. After capturing on c6, he has the weakness in the pawn chain, but you can only play rook b6, and then what? How do you attack it with more pieces?
Yeah, well, sometimes long term you can bring the knight around, but I don't think you're ready to do this here. And here, black just goes here and here, chasing this rook away immediately. So, I don't know. I've always struggled understanding any of these e3 bishop f5 positions. I always like white because he has the two bishops. But it's very, very hard to understand what to do what. Like even here after bishop e7, I'm always wondering, is f4 a good move in these structures? Like it's probably not, because it runs into counterplay with g5, knight h5. But in general, when to do what, and if white should put the bishop on d3 or on g2. It's all very tough decisions. Or you can just put them somewhere and see how it goes. But for me, yeah, it's tricky to figure out what's going on here.
Are we still predicting a draw in this game? Should be. I think I'm still happy with my prediction.
I can't even remember what I predicted, but
I
yeah.
think you said a draw as well.
Okay.
But anyway, if Topalov could launch this attack on the king side, let's say Hikaru castles, what do you do if you don't castle with white?
Well, you can wait for a moment, bishop d2, and play on the queen side first, rook a1, not commit your king yet. And I'm wondering if this is an idea or if it's a little too slow. I just want to go here, here, here. It's not stupid. Maybe now that black went g5, white can start thinking about f3 like in this other game you mentioned, but it's complicated. You need to understand chess and squares and stuff. Like, ugh, not my cup of tea. But yeah, it's going to be a sharp fight. All three results very much in play.
That's what we like as spectators.
Speaking of all three results in play, looks like Anish's game, a draw is a reasonable favorite now. Because somehow this
What
bishop
happened?
disappeared. I'm not sure why he had to do that. Let's try to figure it out. After I figure out how to bring up the little Anish cartoon. They do look a little similar, don't they? Anish and Vishy?
Yeah, but actually, since Anish is partially from Nepal, it's similar culture if we say that. But as you know, Anish's mother is from Russia and his father is from Nepal. So very interesting mix of culture there, and he's representing the Netherlands.
Yeah, he's all over the place. I could never figure it out. He also went to school in Japan, right?
Exactly.
Very confusing.
Grew up in St. Petersburg, now living in the Netherlands.
But why did he take on f6? That's such a weird move. Come on, Anish. He deliberately gave his bishop here. Doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it.
Is
Something
there
must have
anything
bothered
he
him.
could be afraid of? Yeah, that's what
Well,
I
it must
wonder.
be, but I don't understand what. Like some lines with g5? But this looks strange. G5 immediately now, then just de6 winning. I don't get it. I really don't get it.
It's just really weird to give up that bishop if you're not forced to.
Yeah, it makes zero sense to me. Like, it, of course, white is still running zero risk. Bishop f6, cd. Maybe he's thinking he's still a tad better here. But this is a position that Anand should defend without a lot of difficulty. And
Just when we said that Anish is causing trouble to Vishy, he gives back the favor and plays bishop takes f6.
yeah, I really don't understand it. Maybe there is some deep reason, but I can't explain it. Like, this is... It's a very strange decision. Looks almost like he doesn't feel like playing today and he wants to force a draw or make a quick draw here because cd5...
Maybe he's not
Why is
feeling
just
well.
better?
We don't know how the players are. Sometimes you don't feel like fighting. Maybe that's what happened.
Yeah, I don't have a clue, and there might be some subtle reason we're missing, but bishop f6 is not a move a strong player would normally think of here at all, so I'm very, very confused by it. And yeah, after bishop f6, knight f6, I'm sure Vishy was delighted to see this cd. Knight takes d5. Now it's a symmetrical structure. White is still maybe an idea better because his bishop is slightly more active than the black bishop, but this is fine for black. Probably bishop e2. If you want to play it safe, you can just go queen b6. Well, the computer is giving some exciting lines with e5, which I don't think is going to happen, but just to show up, the point is knight takes e5, queen a5, check. White should play b4, and now knight takes b4. Attacking this knight and trying to give a check when this endgame should be a draw as well. So, very odd decision by Anish Giri. Maybe he's trying to earn himself that nickname people have been giving him in the chat. Like, normally I spend all my time defending Anish because I'm a fan of the guy.
Me too. We are a fan of Anish as well. Of course, because he's the husband of Sopiko, so we should cheer for Anish, but we don't understand bishop takes f6, and we are sad to see this move happening on the board. Not fighting.
Yeah, I don't get it. Maybe Nah, I really can't even explain it. Sorry, Anish, you're gonna have to do all the explaining on that one. Still, the position they have on the board now is sort of boring. White is still an idea better, but bishop e2, both queen b6, and this computer line with e5 should equalize, or queen f6, or knight f6. It's just equal. And knight f6 is maybe the most human way to play. Castle, just take. Knight takes, bishop t7,
And just
rook
offer
c8,
soon.
and shake hands soon. Yeah, that was strange. But we do have exciting positions in other games,
Yeah.
especially the Peter Svidler game.
So what happened? No f5 on the board.
I don't know what's going on here. How-
h4, b6.
b6 Corona. Yeah, didn't like those f5 lines, and he also wasn't very worried about h5 apparently. Just decided to conclude his development.
I think I would have been worried about h5, but if he isn't.
Yeah, I'm also surprised by this, because this looks dangerous for black. Even here, queen d2, bishop g7, queen h6 check is in the air already. So typically what you do is you, even though it looks strange, you actually take in order to force the rook to go to h6. Because if white gets queen d2, then there's real trouble. So you take and probably king g7. I'm not sure about king g7, but just to defend here. But it looks bad. Something like this, white takes, queen takes, and now you bring the second rook. And
Oh, this would be painful.
checkmate.
So black has to be really careful here already.
Yeah.
Maybe, well, if not king g7, then this.
Yeah, this
Bringing a knight to f5 to attack the rook.
might be the safest when queen d2 exchange some pieces, and knight to f5. I still think white should be a little better, but you probably don't get checkmated. Rook somewhere. Say here, now king g7. This might hold, but you need to be very, very sure it does, because if not, you're in real big trouble. But I can't spot anything. If you play g4, which looks logical, this knight can probably jump into here. Black survives. But it's very move by move stuff, and one misstep here. It's checkmate. F4.
This is still really unpleasant. Queen e5.
I want to give a check. Probably black has to go e5. Queen g4. It's no fun doing this against a computer, because the computer just bangs out knight h6 and says black is better.
Yeah, but let's not forget that the participants are humans and they have feelings. They can be afraid of positions. Although Caruana seems like he doesn't really have any negative emotions. At least he can defend like an engine many times. But seems like the game against Topalov, something happened inside him. He made the time control, and still, with a piece up, he couldn't win the game.
And that was very strange, yeah.
So they are humans, and we will see what happens on the board. The engine is always smarter than us, but chess is exciting because not the engines are playing, but humans.
No, I've been operating under the assumption that Caruana is a cyborg, but maybe ever since he brought in Lawrence Trent, like it's a bit like this Star Trek Data situation that even as a cyborg, like humans can get to you and get on your nerves, and therefore Lawrence's bad influence made him do these things against
Let's all
Topalov.
blame it on Lawrence.
Obviously. What else has changed ever since this St. Louis 7 out of 7? It's all Lawrence. Still, yeah, it looks like Mr. Comp is defending this position. To my puny human eyes, it looks dangerous for black. But you're right, Caruana is very precise in defense and very capable of calculating his way out of this. I still believe Peter can be happy now.
Yeah, that's what I see. Anvik Shiki is saying that I ought to be rooting for Fabi, I suppose, but it's awesome to see Peter fighting for a win.
Yeah, it's good to see that his spirits aren't broken, because after that bad game he had against Vichy, you could, whatever, play e4, play the Berlin, play rook e1, make a quick draw and regroup, but it's clearly not his intention. And he's choosing some very sharp, slightly offbeat variation.
Do you know how he spent the rest day?
I have no idea, no, I haven't talked to him yesterday.
There was no cricket match on TV.
No, like, I don't know. It's a weird hobby here, this cricket stuff, watching it for hours and hours. But no, I honestly don't know.
What I could see from the photos is that he's there with Gregor Skajewski, his second.
No, that's Vichy's
I'm
second.
sorry, I'm for confusing. Yeah, I wanted to say Vichy is there with Gajewski, Karyakin is there with Potkin, Anish is there with his trainer Tokmakov. And did we see any other seconds in the photos? Have you seen the pictures from Moscow?
No, I haven't looked at them.
Trying to recall other seconds that I've seen.
Kazim is there with Corona, I guess.
Of course, as well. I think I'm missing someone. Yeah, Peter, I haven't seen him with anyone. Maybe that's why we thought that you were helping him. And who else? I'm missing someone. Aronyan. I don't know about Aronyan.
No, me neither. But nowadays, yeah.
Yeah, with
you
the
don't always
internet,
have to be there,
actually.
like maybe.
Yeah.
Yes, people somewhere else sending files on Skype.
I think Nakamura is there with his second, the infamous second with 2100, but he must be a genius using the engine.
Chris Littlejohn, yeah, they've worked together for a long time. But so far, things aren't going well in Team Hikaru in this tournament. Knight takes c3 on the board, played by Caruana. B takes c3. Looks obvious, even though you could maybe argue about knight takes c3 as well, just to open this bishop. This move looks normal. And yeah, I still like Peter's position. Queen d2 is a big threat, so once again, it feels like you have to take, but now there's no knight d4, knight f5. Knight e7 looks extremely strange. Might.
I think our chat community has confirmed that yes, there was cricket yesterday and England won. And today is a match India-Pakistan. So maybe Peter will want to see that as well.
Yeah, it looks like it didn't influence his opening choice, though. He's not trying to make a quick draw to watch, whatever, 18 hours of cricket or however long these things take. I always make many enemies because I don't even allow Peter to talk about it during the broadcast. I'm just trolling it.
Really?
And he would really like to. Well, I'm talking about basketball for hours on end, so...
What does he think about that? He doesn't watch basketball.
No, not much. I think it's too fast-paced for him. If it's less than 6 hours per day, he can't watch it. That's why he likes chess and cricket.
Makes sense. And neither of you like football?
No, it's boring.
Yeah. I support Real
Hi,
Madrid.
football fans.
I'm a Real Madrid fan and tennis. I see some questions regarding Aronyan's statement about the rook endgame. Because you analyzed that game. And what we saw in the press conference stated by Aronyan that he was winning the rook endgame was really made us puzzled about the evaluation of the position.
Yeah, I think he was a little tongue-in-cheek. Like, that's Levon's normal mode. He's always playful, half joking, but he wants to make you guess if he's joking or if he's serious. And I think it was a bit of that. Like, I'm not sure if he really thought it was winning, but he showed an idea there was in the position. I'd be very, very surprised. We're talking about the 3 against 2 rook ending against Nakamura. If it stood up to scrutiny, like this endgame feels like a draw to me. And I have a feeling Levon was just teasing a little bit about it, but I haven't done any deep analysis. And even if I did, it wouldn't help because I don't have a clue. But I'm sure someone is going to do it and prove it's a draw, else I'd be very, very surprised.
What he did achieve is that he makes us talk about that all the time, his press conference and also the moment when Hikaru touched the king. But anyway, let's move on because today is round 7, so I think, guys, we should focus on today's round and talk about the action, what's going on now.
Yeah. Karyakin went knight g5, which I'm also not sure about. It's a bit of an attacking gesture, but queen h5 can always be parried with h6. He could probably go h6 immediately. But I guess his point is he wants to remove the rook and then put the knight on e4 after threatening to take here along the way. Even this looks interesting for black, but Levon decided to defend his knight and get out of this diagonal in advance before anything bad can happen to him. Went rook to a6. The problem for white is that black is better structurally here. This Pawn on a4 is very useful, and black has better central control. It's a very similar structure to these Marocci bind positions.
There's just so much space for black, and with this h4 move, I don't know if we have achieved much on the king side.
No, it's also weakening, and I don't really see an attack there. So, no. Karjakin in trouble. Good news for Karjakin fans is he's the best defender, arguably, in the world. He's used to trouble, but this position looks very, very unpleasant to me. Bishop b7, queen a8, the knight can go to d4, you can start pushing these pawns at any point. There is too many arrows, but there's not really an attack for white. So we'll see if he can stick around here. It feels like a very nice position for Levon Aronian.
There's a question regarding opening choices and the Naka's decision of playing the Queen's Indian. Were you surprised that he's not going for the King's Indian? Although if he always plays the King's Indian, then it's just too easy to expect what he would go for.
I'm not surprised he's not playing the King's Indian, but I am surprised he's going for the Queen's Indian, and repeatedly, because the problem with the Queen's Indian is that white has a wide choice in his line. He's playing g3, bishop a6, he's played this twice. You have to be ready for tons of lines. Queen b3. And all these lines have not only their own body of theory, but also lead to very particular structures, which you don't get very often in any other openings. Like he had this line against Levon, which is a very, very strange... oh, I'm sorry. You start with bishop b7. It's a very particular thing. Even if you know the theory here, to understand the subtleties is very tough. And we've seen that against Levon. He had trouble maneuvering, also trouble against Caruana, understanding a different structure. So to me, it's a very strange choice to prepare this as a surprise weapon for the candidates. Because normally if you prepare a surprise weapon, you want it to be some sharp forcing line, like this line Peter has been playing, for example, this DC, A4, E6 Slav. Their play is a lot more direct and sharp. And Nakamura, I think, yeah, we've seen it. He's lost these two games. He's struggled with the Queen's Indian. And with hindsight, of course, it's easier to say. Strange choice, but I think I did say it the first time I saw him do it. So, not surprised he's not going King's Indian, but he has way more experience, for example, in all kinds. Queen's Indian as well. So, yeah, surprising choice. I'm also surprised Karjakin, even though Karjakin has played the Queen's Indian all his life, that he sticks to defending this position. But Karjakin so far has been holding his own.
Yeah, actually, Anish said that they had to face each other when Anish played against Karjakin. He said that he did not expect Karjakin playing the Queen's Indian because he won in such a nice way with the white pieces that he thought he would just not enter it with the black pieces. Like, why suffer? And he did, and he still keeps playing that. So he just trusts the Queen's Indian with both colors.
Yeah, but he also has a different style, Karjakin. Like, he's, as we mentioned, he's more used to suffering or holding together some positions, while Nakamura is more used to active play and not patiently defending some position. Of course, this is all stereotypes, and they're both world-class players. But yeah, it doesn't feel like a natural fit for Nakamura, at least from far away. I need a little bathroom break, so you have the... bathroom break. So you have the choice to keep going.
Chocolate break with Pepe. We have a snack bag here full of chocolates. We will not say any brands, but it's full of great chocolates, bars, and I think we do need some energy for the rest of the commentary.
We'll be right back.
See you soon. Hi guys, we are back from our chocolate break and let's see what happened in the meantime on the board.
Yeah, I had a brief look in the break and me, but more importantly the computer, are very happy about Peter Svidler's position, where especially after Caruana went knight takes c3, b takes c3, it looks like he has a tough defense because now there's no longer this knight d4, knight f5 maneuver. The black position just feels very unpleasant. The computer even gives some insane lines already, like f5 takes, and queen to d2, sacrificing a piece to go to h6.
Whoa. This is really scary, and there are no rook h8 moves here, I guess. Because what's going on? Yeah, there's always knight g5 also.
Yeah, or
not
takes.
Immediately, but takes knight g5.
Yeah, or even knight d6 is, I believe, a big problem here, because on this diagonal, bad things could happen. No,
knight d6 is just winning.
We have a move, so let's get straight to it. Caruana played f5 indeed. When, yeah, this is not an easy thing to do, because it's a piece sacrifice. Queen d2, f takes e4, queen h6. I'll just read out the computer line, then try to figure out why this makes sense. King f6 and d takes e4. That's not an easy move to anticipate. But the computer is very happy with white's chances here. He wants to go e5 check, then bring all the pieces into the attack. He says this is good for white, but d takes sorry, d takes e4 is not an easy move to anticipate. You would normally calculate bishop e4 when it seems like black is surviving by just running around with his king. But yeah, that's a journey into computer land. I'm not sure at all if Peter is gonna go queen d2, sacrifice that piece.
Do you have perpetual in that line? Because if there's perpetual in worst case, I think that makes it easier to sacrifice.
I believe you do. Like, let's say queen f4 check.
But king e7 and then king e8, maybe you can hide the king.
Yes, doesn't seem to work. Look tempting because there is
everything is hanging.
Even this is a threat, but...
So what's the defense here?
Once again, all of this is computer stuff. I'm not pretending to calculate this here. Queen f6 seems to hold. Rook takes b7 and queen takes c3.
Yeah.
This rook falls with check.
That's painful. So there's no perpetual. That means that he either sees this d takes e4 or believes in bishop takes e4, or he will not sacrifice.
I would guess so, yeah. Then again, what else can he do? Because if this knight retreats, that's a victory for black. Now all of a sudden black is perfectly fine. Queen c7 or queen anywhere, followed by rook h8, and with this knight passive. You could even argue that black is better here.
I guess that's what Caruana sees, that if you have to go back with the knight, then, as you said, black is fine. And queen d2 is not an easy move if then you have to play d takes e4.
No, but it's make or break time for Svidler. He has to go for this. Like d4 is not forced, once again. Computer stuff, rook h4, 0-0, whatever that means. But this line looks very, very dangerous for black indeed. Rook d1 is coming, e5 check is coming. Rook h4, rook f4 is in the air. And if, let's say, rook h8, which looks normal, e5, you can't take because of mate in 1.
That's a beautiful mate in the middle of the board.
Yeah, these lines, I'm not sure how much sense they make to me. I'm slightly surprised that this is so good for white, frankly. And yeah, it's not easy to calculate all this, because if you miscalculate, you're just a piece down. But seems to be good for white. Rook d7 check is a threat, queen f6 check is a threat. Black can't parry everything, apparently. Let's see, I'd be impressed if Peter came up with this, but he might have to out of necessity, because everything else seems fine for black. Queen d2 or queen c1, same thing. Black has to accept the piece. Rook h8, we've mentioned, takes followed by knight to d6 is more or less winning. So this is gonna get exciting.
Let's hope that Peter will go for it. As you said, it might be necessary to sacrifice.
Yeah, I would expect him to probably get here and then have a long thought. Because yeah, there's a bunch of lines that come into consideration. But if he came up with this d takes e4, I'd be very impressed, because I don't think I would think of it. Or maybe I would think of it, but you need to have some very good attacking instincts because you can't calculate everything till the end, and you are playing on a piece down for a while.
Which of the players of the candidates would you think that would go for this line and feel that d takes e4 works by style? Which player do you think would blitz this move out? Is there any?
It's very hard to say. Like by style, you would think a Topalov, he doesn't mind sacrificing and going for the initiative. Peter is also very, very good with the initiative. So it's not outside of his style, but he likes to normally calculate things as far as he can and not sacrifice.
And pray afterwards.
Yeah, based on a feeling. And Nakamura in good shape, you could also see going for something like this. He's played some great attacks. All of these players are capable of doing it. Vishy as well, of course. But it's not an obvious choice.
Let's see if Peter goes for it. I see a time update on Karyakin's game, which says that he only has 36 minutes left on move 15. So time trouble likely for Karyakin and inferior position still.
Yeah, he's gone for queen h5, threatening checkmate in one move with queen h7, but Levon spotted that, went h6. Now the knight probably has to retreat, even though he's still thinking about alternatives. Maybe he's thinking about some ways to attack here, and rook to g4. But I don't see any of them working, like rook g4. You can just attack this rook with, I don't know, knight e5 or f5 or even e5. Very hard to believe this works. Let's say knight e5. Therefore, it seems like he has to retreat, but then his position is pretty set. f5, rook e1, bishop f6 is one option.
Even the queen is misplaced on h5.
Yeah, you could trap it on a good day. Now Karyakin's in trouble, and this would of course be big for the tournament. If Levon won this game, Karyakin lost, all of a sudden Levon is on +3, Karyakin on +1. That would be a game changer.
Definitely, and with the black pieces, then they have to face each other once again. But we saw that in the candidates 2014, as we mentioned. They both won with the black pieces. Maybe they repeat the same this year.
Yeah, who knows? But for now, Karyakin is not doing well. He's gonna spend some more time here because, of course, he understands he's worse positionally, trying to find something forcing. But if it's not there, he might just have to go knight f3 and hope for the best. What else we got? We haven't looked at Nakamura against Topalov for a while. The two tail enders not having a great tournament so far. They're playing, this complicated Slav structure where I still like this g5, g4, knight g5 plan, but Nakamura hasn't castled yet, so maybe after g5 he can just play h3, stopping g4, for example, and claim a small advantage. Still, it's very, very double-edged. The computer tends to be happy here for white, but I'm never that sure in such positions. It's very messy. We'll see. But for now, looks like Nakamura is, probably going to be happy with the way things have unfolded. Not sure how happy he can be after this game against Aronian and with the tournament situation, but he clearly is looking for a fight. While Anish's game, we've mentioned it earlier, but this bishop takes f6 decision, it's hard to explain, and that's, gonna make it hard for Anish to win a tournament like that. He does have the class, but if you get such a position, you shouldn't just force a draw like that. And this is what happened in the game, bishop d7, rook fc1, and here. It's just that equal. Black has managed to develop his bishop, knight e5, he can go bishop e8 or bishop a4, or whatever he wants. This is gonna end in a draw.
Yeah, we will need to see later the press conference and see what Anish says about this bishop takes f6, because we can't find an explanation for that move.
Yeah, Anish, you're not helping us here. Like, I'm his #1 fan and defender against the many haters calling him mean nicknames like the artist because he likes to draw. But this game, I struggle to understand what he was afraid of. And of course I'm being a hypocrite, because if I was playing Vishy, I'd probably bang this move out and exchange whatever there is. But in order to win the candidates, it's not going to be enough to play like this.
So this game is likely to be over soon, but we have 3 others really exciting positions.
Yeah, especially Peter's Fiddler. This is the big moment in this game. Because he can either retreat the knight and be slightly worse, or he can sacrifice a piece and be doing very well objectively, but be a piece down. Big decision for Mr. Svidler. I believe he's gonna go for this just out of necessity. But here, if he can spot this d takes e4 move, really not the first move that comes to mind, blocking in your own bishop is very much up for debate. Bishop takes e4 looks much more natural when black has to find the only move, king to e7. But since it's the only move, I believe Caruana would find it by elimination. And here he seems to be doing alright. Let's say queen takes g6, rook to f7, and black manages to defend everything.
Yeah, and if rook h6, then queen d6 and everything is protected. I guess that's the idea.
Yep. This is gonna be exciting.
I'm really curious if Peter will go for it. Do you think that he will find it? The d takes e4 move. I mean, first of all, if he sacrifices, and secondly, if he plays d takes e4.
I don't know, yeah. My guess would be he sacrifices but doesn't go d e4, but like rook d1 maybe. Even though it's also a strange move. Rook h4, something along these lines. We'll see. Anything can happen. I honestly don't have a clue. I think it's going to be tough to come up with this. And also, yeah, still struggle to understand why it's so strong. But here after king e7, it makes a big difference that this rook can occupy the d file with tempo. Let's say here, all of a sudden, there's many tricks like this.
So what's the difference if rook d1 first? Because the computer that suggests d takes e4 and rook d1 just 0, 0, 0. We cannot reach a similar position.
Yeah, black has weird moves like e3, not allowing this d takes e4. And also, now it feels like white is not quite in time. Because, yeah, there's rook h8. Check. All of a sudden, everything is covered.
Sure. So that's a big difference.
And here, yeah, this would be a perpetual since the king can no longer go to e7. And, well, maybe it could go here. It's too complicated, but in general, I believe Peter should be at home in such a complicated position. So should Fabiano, they're both great calculators. But the weakness we've seen from Svidler in this tournament has been more like technical positions, patience, putting pressure. With some smallish winning chances there, he's normally been happy. Playing something forcing and making a draw. Or, well, trying but not succeeding. But here, when it comes to pure calculation, I have a feeling he's gonna do something good.
Let's hope so. I think here at Chess24 we all hope that Peter Svidler will go for the sacrifice and also play d takes e4 afterwards. That could be a brilliant game.
Yeah, it's an exciting moment. He's been thinking for a while, it looks like. While Sergei Karyakin, probably with a heavy heart, had to retreat all his pieces, went knight f3, f5, rook e1. Now he's dreaming of getting a perpetual with bishop takes h6. Black is careless.
That's what our community is suggesting, that bishop takes h6 for Karyakin, but I guess black can prevent it.
Yeah, bishop f6 is an obvious move, which I have little doubt is going to be played. And now if bishop h6, gh, then there's no longer a perpetual. And this is not a sacrifice similar to Svidler's, this is just lost. So after bishop f6, no, it's a very, very unpleasant situation for white, because, yeah, he's under pressure on the queen side. Black has obvious developing moves, the queen is misplaced. It's just a bad position. And you can't even go c3, which you normally want to do to control this knight, because you drop the d3 pawn. Just as I said this, I saw that maybe things aren't that easy. So I might have to change my mind and say maybe you can go c3. But even here, if black just does this, threatening this, white is still in serious trouble.
Yeah, what do you do with your queen? You have to move the knight, I guess.
Yeah, and there's no good square. Let's say knight d2, knight e5.
Oh.
It's just a bad position.
This is really painful, yes. There's a question about Peter's position from our community. They are asking if after queen d2 is it forced to accept the sacrifice?
I think so. We've shown the line rook h8, which doesn't really work, and else what would you do? Queen h6 is a pretty big threat, and the attack is not going to become any weaker if you leave this knight alive. So no, I think you have to take.
If not, we are just happy, even happier with white if it's not taken, of course. This position is completely lost already.
Yeah, that one, I was wondering what happens here on queen h2. That seems like white can just be
Cool with
very
king
cool.
f1.
Then collect things on this diagonal.
So it's more or less forced to capture on e4, if more than less actually.
Yeah, it's
If black wants to
forced.
do something.
You have to take, you have to give this check. King has to go here, because if it goes to f7, then white just picks up the bishop with the winning position. So king f6 is forced as well. And here, this is the key moment where we've mentioned de4. The computer doesn't go crazy here, it just says that white is better. But this is asking black a lot of questions, while everything else black seems to survive. What else we got? Got some moves in Nakamura Topalov.
Oh, what happened? h4. So he does go for pushing the Hikaru pawn, even
Finally.
Nakamura.
Joins in on the fun. Well, perfectly natural move after knight g5, but I'm not sure what Topalov's idea is.
G5, wasn't it a bit strange because you were suggesting G5, G4 and then knight G5, which completely makes sense, but not this way. Where do
Well, I
you
guess he wants to give a check.
just give
White
up
has
the
to
pawn
take.
this way? Ah, yeah,
Well,
you
knight
cannot
is saying-
take it, but knight B6, then you just move A.
Well, you go for activity like rook a2, takes knight e4, and this feels like some counterplay. So it's interesting, but Nakamura clearly has seen something else. You wouldn't go h4 and provoke this. Like, you can play other moves, just short castles. I'm not sure what he wants here. Maybe just this. Then take it. Knight e4. I guess this is not so scary. The king looks quite fine on d2. And white has an extra pawn. Yeah, this looks good for white.
Yeah, this pawn will drop anyway, and after knight e4, I don't know if it makes sense that knight takes c3 and rook a2 or something of that kind, and just keep the bishop on the board because it's not a very good one. But it's still a pawn up.
No, this is pretty bad for black.
So what did the pawn of c?
I'm not sure. Well, he might have to retreat, but then he's just lost 2 tempi, which is not ideal because h4 in this position is quite useful for white, controlling the g5 square, making it harder to go g5, preparing bishop h3.
Yeah, this is not like Karyakin's h4.
No. Ah, he's gone knight f3. Yeah, this had to be the idea. But I don't know what he wants after knight c3. Looks like it's just a pawn, really. Maybe he disliked his position so much that he thought he had to do something about it, but I'm surprised. I still think this plan g5 was much more sensible.
Strange decisions in today's round. Do you think that after g5, I was just wondering what could he be afraid of? And h4, any move like that? That cannot work, I guess.
No, h4, g4 should be in black's favor strategically. Like, you could argue that white is still better here, because now there's no longer a knight g5. But I think he just didn't like his position and thought he should go for something forcing, like g5, h3 or whatever. It could be that black is worse, but knight g5 doesn't look like it's improving his chances.
Not at all, just giving up the pawn.
That's also in his style. He doesn't want to wait passively and maneuver. He's gonna try to do something active.
This is the position where he had to ask Sergei Karyakin to sit at his board.
Right. Yeah, knight c3 looks normal to me. The computer wants to play even more slowly. Bishop b4, then knight c3, and queen takes f3. But no, I like knight c3 here. Just capture the pawn. Healthy pawn up. This could be very serious trouble for Topalov, who hasn't found his play yet. And he doesn't really have a plan B. Like, if Anish is in bad shape, he might lose a game and make a lot of draws. But Topalov, if he's in bad shape, it will get painful. Yeah. And of course, it would be a much needed break for Nakamura. If he wins this one, all of a sudden -1, he's still not going to be happy, but he's sort of close again.
If he starts winning, then he can still be dangerous, as you said. It's not over.
So yeah, I don't understand it. Topalov in trouble. Oops. Karjakin in trouble. Bishop d7 is on the board with the not very disguised threat of bishop e8. Oh, but hang on, he didn't go bishop f6.
So bishop h6, bishop e8, yeah, well, it's trapped anyway. So he still has to move the knight, I guess.
Yeah. You could go here, trying to exchange some pieces. Still worse, but maybe was better.
First bishop f6 and then bishop d7.
To not even allow this, because now there's not that many pieces left. This could be a vintage Karjakin defensive effort. Still unpleasant though. Levon is a martial player. I'm sure he's going to be happy with ideas of pushing his f-pawn down the board here, going f4 maybe even directly. But at least white has some more breathing room if he manages to get in knight e5 and exchange these knights. Well, after bishop f6, things looked really, really ugly. We'll see how it goes. Karjakin is still worse, but some hope for the Karjakin fans out there.
I think there are some new moves in Vichy's game, although I don't think that it can be any exciting, but maybe we should still go through those moves.
Yeah, there's not much to say.
Just very quickly.
These positions, they just play on autopilot, exchange the rooks, bring the kings to the center, exchange the knights, shake hands. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
I think here even knight takes was played, knight takes, bishop takes, king d2, king d6, king c3, e5, g3, e6.
Yeah, it's just a dead draw.
They're gonna shake hands soon. b6, bishop c4, b4, f6, b4, g5, h4, g takes.
Yeah, it's textbook defense by Vichy, but not very difficult. You put your pawns on dark squares, so this bishop can cover all the squares around it. But it's just a draw, and ever since 12, bishop f6 was clear. It was going to be a draw. This move really is a draw offer, and yeah, we've talked enough about it. Sounds like Peter did sacrifice indeed.
Really? Great. Now he only needs to find d takes e4 afterwards.
Well, he played queen c1, but I believe this would transpose. F takes e4 was forced, and now I'm not sure. I don't think he has anything better than taking on g7, king takes, and queen h6, and we get to the position we've been talking about. So it's gonna be exciting.
Peter, Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, he was sort of forced to go for it once they got here, but he clearly had aggressive intentions ever since h4. Very interesting idea. Allowing black to win this exchange. But Karana disliked this, and maybe rightly so, I'm really not sure. Decided to develop some pieces and ignored this h-pawn attack. f5 forcing the issue, but if you don't do this, you're just worse.
Yeah, because with knight e7, I guess you don't have time for knight e7, knight f5, because knight d4 would have been the right way instead of knight c3.
Yeah, here
we are not getting the same.
Gonna end up in trouble because there's always tricks against this undefended bishop. Like, let's say f6. How do you do it? Guess it doesn't matter. White just wins a pawn for 0 compensation.
And he also couldn't do it by capturing on h6 first and then knight e7 because...
Yeah, that's... I think I was looking at something like this earlier.
I mean, instead of knight e7, if you capture on h6 first and then knight e7, I'm just trying to understand the difference with the other lines. Oh, but I have knight f6.
This. Yeah, it's not that clear, but it felt unpleasant. Because you don't really...
Yeah, with the king on f6, you're not even material down, so this should be just bad. That's why knight takes c3 was perhaps a mistake.
Yeah, the computer was...
Go for bishop takes and then knight d4.
Defending like this. Which...
Yeah, that's a big difference that the f6 square is covered.
Yeah, even this position still looks unpleasant. Or something like this is... the line we were looking at, but looked like move by move black sort of survives by going king g7, rook h8. But it doesn't look like much fun, and white is not material down, so white could even switch to playing positionally. Still, I'm happy we got what we got. First of all, because it's good for Peter, and secondly, because it's going to be exciting. fe4 on the board. I'm not sure what he's thinking about this. Is sort of forced. He sometimes does this thing where, even though the moves are forced, he likes to calculate everything till the end. But it seems like he did go for it. This d takes e4.
Really? Already on the board?
And yeah, credit to him. I said,
We
tough move
should
to
open
make.
a bottle of champagne right now here at chess 24.
No, let's not
Not
jinx him.
yet.
It's too early to celebrate. It's still a mess, but very
But d
impressive.
takes e4. Wow, he did find it. The best move on the board. And he's a piece down, but lots of attack and initiative. I'm so happy for Peter. This could be the moment for him to bounce back.
Yeah, it's still chaos. Like, just to show some lines, queen e7, e5 check, king f7. You have to go bishop to e4, attacking this guy. And the point is after knight e5, or I would guess this is the point. As bishop takes b7, and you can't recapture because the queen is dropping. Even though the computer line is queen f4 check, which also looks good. However, it's not checkmate. It's just a better endgame, as it is with modern chess. Sometimes an attack just leads to positional advantage, like this one. But this is a very serious positional advantage. This bishop is so much stronger than the knight. So yeah, this would be very, very pleasant for white. It's just a random line. I really can't explain it all by words, but
it does demonstrate how dangerous this position is for black.
Yeah, and things just seem to work for white. The other line we already mentioned that is very logical is rook h8, e5 check. The king has to go, queen f4 check. King has to go, now takes, queen has to take, and here the key move, which he had to see, but I'm sure he's seen it. Long castles, threatening both rook d7 and rook h1 in many lines.
Yeah, and you had to capture on h8 with the queen, I guess, because there was queen h6 after king takes.
Yeah, I would guess so.
So this is just a disaster.
Yep. It's also rook d1 whenever you need it, bishop h3. Now this is just winning.
So exciting! Peter Schwitter has played d takes e4 and now it's Caruana who has to try to survive here.
Yeah, Caruana's gonna, I believe, go for a long think here because there's many candidates. It's not obvious what works, what doesn't. Rook h8, you gotta calculate. Queen e7, move like e5 even would come to mind. Just blocking white from going e5 check. And king e7 could be a move. So you really, I think he's gonna take a long time out here. But I'm very impressed with Peter. Reasonably quickly going for this d takes e4 move.
The cricket has helped.
Probably.
Actually, we have a question regarding his favorite opening, the Grunfeld, but in general the question is, from Oscar Schills. I didn't know that some personalities from the Prison Break are following us too. Hi Anna and Jan, why isn't the Grunfeld played more in this tournament? Almost everyone of these top players played the Grunfeld recently, but here lots of d4s and no Grunfeld.
First of all, I don't think that's accurate. Like yesterday, Anish wanted to play the Grunfeld, or I would guess so, against Topalov, but Topalov famously went for 3h4. And we see the ghost of the Grunfeld in many games. Whenever white goes 1c4, for example, that's an anti-Grunfeld move, because you want to avoid black getting the Grunfeld, which he would get after d4, d5, and play e4. So in a way, while this is not a Grunfeld, it's an opening that is played because of fear of the Grunfeld. While for Schwitter himself, it's true. I believe in his case, yeah, the Grunfeld is his main opening, but he probably felt like people are gonna prepare so much for the Grunfeld because he's been playing it more or less exclusively that it's a good idea to surprise guys, and he's played the Slav. But
He
the
did
other,
very well, surprising the players, and also, as you said, all these participants here spent months of preparation for this tournament. So if you play the same lines all the time, then they will catch you somewhere.
But yeah, it's a fair point. Like, we've seen way more Queen's Indians than expected, as we discussed. But I wouldn't be surprised if we get one or two normal Grunfelds as well. Like, looks like Anish is willing to play it. And who knows what Fabiano would have chosen. Against 1 d4, he can play a lot of things. And the Grunfeld is certainly in his repertoire. Petersville doesn't have a great score against Caruana, as we can see.
Time to change it.
Could be, yeah.
I think the game between Anish Giri and Bishi Anand has ended already, surprisingly, in a draw, and they are already at the press conference.
Yeah, not much to say about that game. Bishop f6 just simplifies to a draw, and I honestly do not understand it at all. Let's see what Nakamura's doing.
I think that was just one more question to you about Peter, that if you think that Peter only gets motivated in the World Cup and candidates, I feel he's playing much better than his average. That's what Mogger said.
Yeah, Peter's talked about this, that, well, he's never played a World Championship match, so that's a big goal of his, and therefore in the candidates he's always very motivated. But also, even though he's a world-class player, it's different for him to play a tournament like the candidates because he has other resources available, probably support-wise, and lots of time to prepare, while in, whatever else he's playing, sometimes it doesn't look like his preparation is as strong as in the candidates. Well, in the candidates, both this time and in the years before, he's always showed up very motivated and well prepared. So it's a bit of a pity that he's sitting on -1, because it could have been better.
But today it might change, it might turn the tables, and you guys should read the interview with Peter Svidler here on Chess24 among the articles, because he talks about all this, and he said that the World Championship match is the only thing missing from his biography.
Right. It's probably not the only thing. Like, I don't think he's climbed the Mount Everest, but chess-wise, yeah, he would very much like to get there, but gotta win some games first. The Nakamura game, he went knight c3, he exchanged on c6 first, similar story. One difference about exchanging on c6 first, I'm not sure how much this matters, but it does give black the option of going bishop d8 and bishop a5, trying to get rid of this bishop, free the a5 square. Well,
at least that could be like a sort of good knight versus bad bishop, but still a pawn down.
Yeah, well, if you still had the b pawn, you could maybe go b6 and block it. So white is better, no question, but this position, I don't know, castles, bishop a5. Looks like there's some chances to defend indeed. Mr. Karyakin. He went knight e5, as he should. Bishop d6, rook e1. Levon decided not to push f4 just yet. Played another logical move, queen f6. Keeping an eye on b2. And maybe he wants to go f4 as well. Can you do this?
Looks dangerous.
The problem could be that white takes here, covers f2. And after queen h4, I'm not sure. Strategically, this is not so great for black anymore.
Yeah, maybe black is not in a rush with this f4, but after rook b1, at least white is threatening to develop the bishop finally.
Right. Yeah, this is logical. b4 could also be a move, just trying to create more tension on the queen side before white manages to develop everything. But I have a feeling, especially since it's Karyakin, that now that he managed to exchange these knights, that he will also manage to defend this position. He doesn't mind playing ugly moves. It's another forte of his, like this rook b1. It's not the most active looking move, but he understands, okay, I need to get my bishop out. I'll cover my pawn first. Let's see what happens. I have a feeling he should survive now. But will Caruana survive? That really is the big question.
This could be the game of the day, and we are really rooting for Peter, all of us here at Chess24, and we are proud of his d takes e4, that's for sure. Rook h8 was played.
Rook h8 played, wow. That was quick, and also it allows this more or less forcing line. You shouldn't give this check. The only move is e5 check, but I have zero doubts that Peter anticipated this if he decided on d4. 1 point, as mentioned, as this pretty checkmate. Well, the king has to go to f7 apparently. Knight takes e5 is also no good because of queen f4 check. King e7 and even just bishop b7. Winning. So after e5, king f7 is forced. King e7, queen g7. And now this line, check, King g7 is forced. If you go to e7, there's a check here. Takes, queen h8 is forced, and the key move long castles with troubles. The line continues. Let's say rook f8, check, king g8. But black has too many weaknesses. Queen g4. Even this is still a mess, so you really have to calculate very long and hard here, because white is still a piece down.
Yeah. Luckily there's never knight d5 because of queen e6 check, but still it is really something that he had to anticipate before sacrificing.
Yeah, and here it looks like black can no longer keep his piece, because something like this, you're just lost. So black has to try to bail out, but it looks very promising for Peter. Let's see.
And if bishop c8, I guess that's also a horrible move, but just to see what's going on exactly.
That's a good question. The comp just gives the exchange here, and I believe, yeah, this is probably just winning because this guy is too strong.
And the funny thing is that the white king is not very safe if you see the pawn structure, but you can't give many checks to it.
No, this bishop is a monster.
Yeah, you would need the queen on a3 and not on h6.
Yeah, if you go for some activity, I believe this pawn just runs too fast, and that's not a perpetual. The king can get out. No, it looks winning. Or this position looks winning, the one we have. Looks good for white, but I still don't think we can speak of winning. Then again, I don't see a defense for black. Once again, this whole line is forced, and yeah, I believe since it's so forced, it's not going to be hard for Peter to get here in his calculations. And this is the first juncture where black has a choice, but he's not in time to parry all the threats. Like rook d8, for example, queen f6 check is a big problem. King g8, yeah. Anything wins, the simplest, just to take on d8. And if queen f8 or any of these moves, worst case scenario, you always pick up the bishop. This bishop can't really move because c6 is also dropping. So no, looks very, very promising. Looks like best play is this line we showed earlier.
And it's still pretty bad for black. And what I can see from the messages of you guys is that Caruana is down to 36 minutes after only 17 moves. Thanks for the tweet.
Yeah, I don't think it's a time trouble issue, and the next couple moves are forced, but his position is just bad. And yeah, as long as he has to make only moves, he's not gonna get into time trouble.
As long as Peter has time, it's good.
Right.
We don't know how much time he has, but if Caruana has 36, I guess Peter is still fine. Started 2 hours ago.
I can't do math, no idea.
No idea.
But we have to switch boards because there's some action on the Topalov board, which
What happened?
I'm not sure if
What's this bishop takes c5? Is that true?
I'm not sure if this is correct. Does this make... it makes some sense. Could very well be true.
Wow! Topalov goes for it. Bishop takes c5. Is this sacrifice any good? He wants to go d takes d4, opening of the e-file.
That's very curious. Ed rook e8 check. King f1. It's a bit like Peter's position, sacrificing a piece, but some attack. Does look scary. White doesn't coordinate so easily with his rook on h1.
Yeah, also you might just bring a rook to the d file and ask this d2 bishop where he wants to go.
Yeah. No, this serious initiative. If bishop e3, I was wondering what's going on.
Is there something on the third rank with rook a3 and some, I don't know, if the knight moves away. I was wondering if I can even capture, but that's way too much. And anyway, you're not even forced to move the knight away. You can try to...
The knight doesn't really have a square, so we would have to
Then you should go for a move like rook b3.
Yeah.
But then the d4 pawn drops after capture and queen d4.
That's such a big deal, though. Like, no, I can't.
Now you can castle.
Even this looks like...
Oh! It's a rook down? Is there perpetual? Or knight
more than perpetual.
g4?
king h2 doesn't work because of this and this.
So you have to go king h1 and there.
This.
Wow. This is a whole rook down, and there's even queen b8 check, for instance, to defend the g3 pawn. But
I didn't see that.
but still, it's just. Okay, we are threatening also. What do we threaten?
Oh, no, this
Taking
is hanging
queen.
f2 is a move.
Well, if the knight moves, then queen e2, of course. Wow.
Very impressive move by Topalov, like showing some flashes after we've praised Nakamura and thought, yeah, he's just a pawn up with a safe position.
And we started
Bishop takes
criticizing
c5.
the knight g5 move, and maybe then bishop this b takes. Is it the same position? I mean, can he go for the same sacrifice after, let's say, knight c3?
Yeah, I was also wondering about that. There's no difference here.
What's the difference?
Yeah, this is similar. And computer says queen d2 here. I'm not sure what the difference is compared to the game.
I'm trying to understand it, but in all these lines, it just seems to me that even with the pawn on b5 and b7, he could go for the same.
Yeah, some strange lines, like here after rook c1, black has his move queen a6,
Okay,
and
that makes
that
sense.
wouldn't work with a pawn. Yeah, it's dangerous actually. It's very, very dangerous.
Wow. Topalov going creative. He went for this knight g5, knight f3, sacrificing the pawn and not sacrificing a piece. And he might just end up having a rook down in the variation we saw.
Yeah, but this could just work.
Wow. What a day. Peter sacrificing a piece, then Vasilin just decided that it was time to copy him.
Yeah, we're gonna get back to both these games in a minute. We have a bunch of moves in Levon's game. Levon did go for f4 indeed, and they went down this line. We were looking at rook f5, queen e3, queen h4, queen g3.
Well, this is the kind of position that Karyakin draws easily, I believe.
Yeah, sometimes he wins those things if you...
Even. But I mean that it's unlikely that he's gonna lose it anymore. It just so...
Sure.
It just feels like black had something more than this.
No, definitely. Yeah, I don't think Levon's gonna be that excited. Maybe he thought this was good, but queen b8 check seems to be very annoying because there's this pin here.
Yeah, that's really bad. Maybe what you mentioned, this bishop f6 was better than bishop d7 because there it's like he lost a bit of his advantage.
Yeah, I was surprised by that he allowed this exchange of knights because I believe after bishop f6 it's horribly unpleasant for white. And then, yeah, even this position we've talked about, maybe f4 was premature. Of course, all of this much easier said here looking at the computer drinking coffee. But yeah, b4, something that keeps attention. Maybe black is still a little better, but I believe without the knights that Karyakin had good chances to defend here already. And now the position in the game, queen g3. I don't think you want to exchange queens. This endgame could even be slightly better for white, it feels like. Queen f6 feels normal, queen b8 check. Might have to exchange queens actually. King f7, I don't know. Maybe. No, but Karyakin's back in the game.
Definitely. Maybe then also this f4 was not the best, but anyway, after rook b1, white will develop the bishop already, and it's not that bad, as you said, without the knight.
Yeah, feels like he's gonna defend another tricky position. The Giri Anna game, as mentioned, ended in a draw, but the good news is we have 2.5 very exciting positions with both Topalov and Svidler offering a piece sacrifice, both with good chances. Computer says white is slightly better here, but that doesn't really mean anything in such a position.
With the king in the middle of the board.
Yeah, this king f1, queen d4 looked horribly scary. So this line feels critical. takes, and queen takes d4. We looked at castles, which doesn't seem to work.
Then maybe knight d1 first, preparing castle.
Yeah, knight somewhere, knight d1. And here... Can hope for castles, queen h3.
Alright, so what can I do here if not castle? Can I... No, I can't. I just try to... I was trying to think of castling artificially, but no way I can do that.
No. I don't know, it feels very hard to play for white, which is strange, because black only has, what, one pawn for the piece. But this bishop really isn't doing much. And black still has useful moves, knight d5. Queen is very active, the rook can come to the a file.
It's an incredible position, because if you look at white's pieces, like, if you can't castle, that means that you cannot move the bishop. If you can't move the bishop, like, how do you improve this position for white?
Yeah. It's very impressive by Topalov, because even if you calculate till here to judge such a position, you only have one pawn for the piece. And to, looks like correctly estimate that there is enough compensation is very impressive. And Nakamura, I don't think he's going to be happy. He was getting ready to convert his extra pawn, and now he has to defend some crazy mess piece up, which is also much more Topalov's home turf than defending a pawn down.
So b takes c6 was inaccurate and allowed this sacrifice.
Feels like that, yeah. Maybe well, the comp move was something like bishop b4 here, which certainly doesn't allow it, and then to go knight c3 and queen takes f3. That was probably the best way to play. But
I guess that Nakamura did not really expect bishop takes c5.
No. It's very hard to expect this. And it might be born out of desperation as well. Maybe Topalov thinks, okay, I can't play this position where I'm just a pawn down, so I might as well sacrifice a piece and hope something happens. It feels like it might.
Don't you think that he already had this bishop takes c5 in mind when he went for knight g5?
I doubt it, because, yes.
Or it's just then really desperate, the whole thing?
So many alternatives here. Maybe, yeah, he had a feel something was going to happen. But I doubt that you can expect b takes c and knight c3 and rely on this when you're going for knight g5. Who knows, though?
It will be interesting to know what they say after the game.
Absolutely. What's going on Twitter? People rooting for Peter?
Yeah, George said, go, 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 Peter, the best game of the day. And we agree, it should be the game of the day, although we are seeing another super exciting game between Nakamura and Topalov. So what happened?
Well, Peter played all the right moves, which is good news. He went e5 check, king f7. And they're going down this forced line, king g7, rook takes h8. Queen takes forced, and since he's gotten here, he's gonna go castle, castle queenside. I have a feeling he might win a masterpiece if he doesn't fail to convert like some endgame, a pawn up or something like this. Like, once again, I'll show what is apparently the only way to defend for black. Something like this. And you still have to convert this. But it looks winning, frankly. Pawn up, and you have the bishop against the knight. So it's a tremendous advantage, but this is still work. And of course Fabiano is a very tenacious defender. But yeah, kudos to Peter. Brave and correct play.
Trying to see if there are any new questions, opinions to us. Guys, you can tell us anything in the chat. Also, you can tweet us using the hashtag C24Live. Poor Giri. People look at him as the new Leko. That's a comparison that I think I will not comment on, because Peter Leko is my teammate in the Olympic team. And I really get on well with Anish Giri, so I will not comment on that.
Yeah. No, normally I'm sitting here defending Anish, but today
we can't really defend
I can't have his back, because this is just such a strange decision. When he's on 50%, a win would get him back into the race. And after c takes d5, I'm not sure. I'd be curious to find out what he was concerned about. But it just looks like white is better here for free with very little risk. And to go bishop f6 and just make a draw is just very strange. All of this, as mentioned, is me being a hypocrite because I am the president of the Chicken Chess Club. But if you want to win this tournament, Anish, you can't give it this bishop. And I'm sure he knows that. I don't think he's going to be happy with himself. I thought about the only reason can be that he was worried about e5, which first of all was prepared with rook e8. And secondly, after bishop f6, knight f6, the only good thing it does for white is that now there's no longer e5. But
still, it's a strange decision.
Yeah, first of all, you could maybe take here now, which is interesting, but just go anywhere with a queen, d2, d1, I don't know. I think white is better here.
Jack 17 is saying that Sergei is playing well. New child, new sponsors, good for him. Yeah, that's true. He's a father. It's Father's Day today.
Is it?
I think so.
Oh, I should call my dad. Good advice. Yeah, Sergei, he's doing his thing. He's not collapsing in bad positions. Today he had a bad position, but once again it looks like he's defending it. Magnus Carlsen also gave him props in, I don't know, some statement or an interview where he said, yeah, the capacity Sergei has for defending ugly positions is incredible. He's already won 2 games, so he's here to stay.
Yeah, and Carlsen expected Karyakin performing very well in the candidate, so I think he was right.
Yeah. Same with Levon. He's not going to be happy today, even if this game ends in a draw. But first you have to make a draw. It's still a complicated position. Lots of pieces on the board. And yeah, now that the structure has simplified, it feels much more like Karyakin's home turf where it comes to calculating, making sensible moves. We'll find out. But let's stick with Mr. Svidler. Long castles on move 22 to activate the rook on the d file. Not something we see every day.
Yeah, with a piece down.
Also, there's not a lot of shelter.
Yeah, that's why it's great that the queen is on h8. Can you imagine the queen was on a5 and what do you do then?
Yeah. Probably queen f6 check.
Maybe still, but it would have been a different case.
Yeah, come on, Peter. You came all this way. Don't go crazy now. Because the key difference between rook d1 and long castles is that I should get rid of all these arrows. After long castles, this rook can also go to h1. So if you went rook d1, then black would defend by going, I guess, rook to d8, queen f6, and king somewhere on the h file. While if your king is here,
having the king
this
on
is
c1.
checkmate.
Yeah, I believe he will go for castle queen side. That doesn't seem to be a very difficult move. D takes e4 was a lot more difficult to find on the board.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, maybe he's tempted. I don't think he is, but looking for some perpetual, but there is no perpetual, so that's good news. And no long castle is a very logical move because it's in a way a double attack. Rook d7, rook h1. He's gonna go for this. Hikaru Nakamura decided to take the piece d4 and take the pawn. Nothing else there. Now Topalov has a decision if he wants to start with rook e8 check or with queen takes d4. Rook e8 check looks stronger though, because here it seems like white can castle out of the danger zone. And with this queen not showing up here anytime soon.
Yeah, and the f3 pawn will be hanging. So the big difference with the other line is that after the check and the bishop on e3, all those lines that we checked with rook a3 and the queen on b3, you can never capture the f3 pawn. So that's why we had this queen d7, queen h3 mating motif.
Yeah, rook e8 check. This is gonna be a tough decision between king f1 and bishop e3. Like in a blitz game, you just bang out bishop e3, but here he has to calculate what happens after rook a3, and it's not obvious.
George is suggesting in a tweet that you will have to analyze both Peter's and Topalov's games, which means 2 YouTube videos for them.
Don't get greedy, George. I'm not sure I'm even gonna do one. I'm sitting here doing live commentary. You can just rewatch that. I'll see how my energy levels feel once this is over.
Titan Prometheus is saying, come on Peter, see castle queenside, please see the move. So many fans here, everyone rooting for Peter Svidler, and we can understand that. We love Peter.
Yeah, and if you become a Chess24 premium member, you can participate in the Love Fest and play him in Banter Blitz games. Of course, you can also watch all his video series. Yeah, the Grunfeld, even though he's not playing it in this tournament, I do still think that's one of the better video series out there. If you want to learn black opening from a world-class player, might want to check that out. And yeah, the problem with Peter is he's also annoyingly modest for being such a strong player. Like,
Exactly.
I'm very full of myself and I'm not that good at chess, but he's like very, very strong and a nice person, which really is a bit much. And a family man, like, I don't know how he does it. He does have weaknesses like this cricket and all these bad TV shows where he feels like he has to watch them till the end. He has to watch all 8 seasons of whatever, The Mentalist or whatever crap he's watching. But in general, he's okay. If he finds Long Castle, which, yeah, I think this is a reasonably simple move in comparison to the stuff he already had to come up with, so I'd be shocked if he didn't go for it. But there might also be some line that confuses him, which I can't see because I'm hypnotized by the computer. But it's such an obvious move, threatening this check and threatening this.
Kamalesh Ghosh is talking about castling, but in Naka's game. He says, wow, Naka castled, brilliant, brilliant move. What castle there? Is it? Are we confusing the two games? You mean that
sure
Peter castled? Because if Naka castled, how did he castle?
I don't know, maybe queen takes d4 castles was played, but wouldn't be such a brilliant move even if this had happened. So I'm not sure. Don't confuse us, Camel.
I don't know if it was Naka's game. Guys, if you want to tell us what castling were you talking about, because this is all confusing. We hope that Peter castles.
Yeah, I think he will. It's slightly strange. He's taking so much time because, yeah, this sequence really led up to it. I'll spend the time checking out the game between the leaders.
There's a question actually about Aronian, and if you would have to give the title Mr. Nice Guy to somebody, would it be Peter or Levon?
I like them both, but I think Peter is a much nicer guy than Levon.
I think Peter deserves it.
Levon is much meaner. In a good way. Like, I really like Levon, but he's more playful, ironic. Well, Peter is more...
Just being nice all the time.
Yeah, he's more friendly. Nah, I shouldn't insult Levon. He's an all-around good guy as well.
Yeah, I think we have a confirmation on that castle by Naka, that it was queen takes d4 castle.
That's
so
surprising.
No rookie a check.
Yeah. Like queen d4 in a way feels more natural because you keep these options in reserve, but this is a big difference. Now let's see how things can continue. Rook d8, hitting the bishop. It feels like you have to go rook b2 to keep it, because if it moves anywhere, then the good old idea of checkmate is back in play. Probably not there. Queen has to go somewhere than this. So he has to go here. It's still a mess. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. This is the first move that comes to mind, just hitting the bishop.
Yeah, and it's all
taking
pinned.
here. But maybe this knight will save the day for white. The
And
good
then
thing
you
is...
can protect the pawn with bishop e3 if necessary, so it's all everything under control here with white.
Yeah, and the good thing is if white manages to stabilize, he's just winning. It's not like he's surviving, but yeah, if you get rid of this pawn, it's just 1-0. So maybe knight e4 is wrong. But play something like this, which is the computer move, and just pretend nothing happened. It's not an easy thing to do. Still, there's always plans. d3, queen h3, queen g2. I don't know. I feel like this could still go either way.
I think with the title of the nice guy now, we got just even more questions. If also wish he would get that title, Caruana. I think in general all the participants of the candidates are really nice people too, so I like all of them. I wouldn't give the title just to one. They are all nice guys.
Except Anish. No, I agree in general, I believe, yeah. It's a good generation for chess. They're all
Definitely.
friendly, interesting people. Can't whine too much. And also, even if there was something to whine, I probably wouldn't do it on the show, because I was taught if you have nothing nice to say, just say nothing. That's not true at all. But moving on. Come on, Peter.
Yeah, we agree with you, Azor missed that Peter is winning because the bishop will dominate the knight in the endgame, and also he will be a pawn up, so that's correct.
Yeah, I just can't figure out what he's thinking about. Because this it's reasonably easy compared to the lines earlier. So I want to give a check, but this doesn't make much sense. Maybe he's trying to calculate lines like this, but they look much inferior to the long castle stuff. Even though even this is pressure. Still a threat.
Peter castled.
Finally.
I think it's confirmed. And at the same time, Adomino is saying that I think Jan is the nicest guy in chess.
Me? I don't know. I've been called many things, and the nicest guy in chess is not among them.
So Swidler castled, and he seems to be winning, or at least has a very good advantage. Piece down, but winning back the piece in most of the variations, if not every.
Yeah, I don't think black can hang on to the piece. Rook d7 is a massive threat, and the problem is it's not the only threat, so you can't go rook d8 because of queen f6 check. If you whatever try to stop it like this, you're also getting checkmated. Queen f6, king g8, and this rook switches.
Yeah, that's an important difference too between rook d1 and castle queenside. It's always this rook g1, rook h1.
Yeah, so it feels like the line, which I'm gonna repeat once more, is more or less forced. Rook f8, rook d7, king g8, queen to g4, or queen g5, but queen g4 looks stronger. Taking this guy, queen h6 check. I'm curious, because queen g5 does stop queen h6 check. If black has to go for this.
I think Fabi has already moved, but I'm confused by the chat. There are some saying queen h8, king g8, and there's another option, queen h6, so I'm confused what he played. I think we will just have to wait for it. King g8 played, no, it's confirmed.
Yeah, okay, that transposes to this line, like rook f8 or king g8, I believe it's the same thing. If you start with this, white is still gonna go rook d7, and in order to stop the mate on f7, you have to go either rook f8, or maybe he wants to go for this version, knight e5, rook takes b7. And maybe this is a better version for him.
Yeah, he doesn't have any pawn down, at least for the moment.
No. I was wondering if you can do this.
Wow, going for a perpetual.
I don't think there is one, but just out of curiosity. No, but queen d2 and check here, king e2, and the king runs away. So what else is there? Rook f8 once again. For starters, but I don't think you want this. Even this endgame should favor white. Because this bishop is gonna pick up the e6 pawn.
Yeah, and maybe there's even something better than this, but as you said, this might be just enough. Pawn up, bishop against knight.
Yeah, this should be winning actually.
Maybe this is the most simple then, if he doesn't wanna go for any mate attack after rook f8, because he can also try to keep the queens, but...
Yeah, or
anyway,
at least
queen
keep the rooks.
queen f6 is coming.
I think this transposes to the line, or we were looking at earlier, f4, knight somewhere, and rook a7. So, pleasant choices for Peter between different good endgames. That's how it feels like it's gonna play out. The problem as a Svidler supporter is converting better endgame hasn't really been his forte in this tournament so far. Against Nakamura, he had an endgame a pawn up, which was very close to winning, which he didn't win. But this one feels very, very good for him, and his winning chances should be much higher than Fabiano's drawing chances.
Titan Prometheus is asking what opening it was. I think he wasn't here at the beginning of the show because he missed what opening Peter played. What?
Come on, Titan. If you're not around for the opening, then at least look it up yourself. Click through it.
He's a premium
We're not gonna
member,
tell you.
so we should answer. I
Okay.
think premiums always deserve an answer. There are so many questions, guys, but premium members are always our priority.
Peter play 1c4, the English opening. You're welcome. Nakamura play 1d4, and it was a Slav opening, but now he's a piece up, and Topalov has to find counterplay. Rook to d8 looks natural. Queen to g4 also an option. I don't know. Computer gives white an advantage. I'd be very uncomfortable here still with white, but that's probably just out of fear. This king's h4 pawn is such a big nuisance. If you could put it on h3, you'd just be winning.
Yeah, that's true.
So the Hikaru pawn has had mixed fortunes in this tournament. Help Peter to launch his attack.
And doesn't help Naka, but at the same time, when he pushed h4, it seemed to be a really good move. We thought that this knight f3 is nothing, you will just be a pawn up. And maybe it was true if he didn't play b takes c6, just retreated the knight instead of b takes.
Yeah, or this bishop b4 move just to stop any of these shenanigans.
But
No.
that's such an NG move, isn't it?
Yeah, it makes sense though, as all the engine moves normally do. You put this bishop on an active square, then you want to go here and here. I don't know, in knight c3 there is still this option. There were some differences, but not sure this would have stopped Topalov from going for this. Now it's very, very similar. We'll find out. This one I'm confused about. I have a feeling Naka should be a favorite to defend this, but I'm not sure.
Maybe then what was more accurate, as you said, this rook e8 check instead of queen takes d4 seemed to be really promising for black. And there were differences between the b takes c6 line.
Right. This was the alternative.
And we did like it for black, I think, because it's just really dangerous.
Yeah, the problem is, like, all these positions are hard to evaluate, but I could imagine you stop calculating somewhere around here, because white is a piece up, everything is covered, and yet to evaluate that this is still enough counterplay. First of all, I'm not sure if it is, and secondly, from afar, like if you had this in a blitz game and you won a piece, you would be surprised why doesn't my opponent resign. So I can sort of understand Topalov disliked this.
True, but at the same time, we couldn't find a move for white, so maybe he just needed to think, okay, I'm a piece down and only for a pawn, but what's the next move of my opponent?
No, and yeah, it's just very hard to evaluate where you have more counter chances. I don't think they can, either of them can calculate any of these lines till the end. So a lot of it is based on feel and where do you see more tricks, let's say. Let's play queen g4 and rook to e1.
And now we expect rook d8, I guess, threatening queen h3.
Yeah, threatening rook d2 as well, I believe.
Both. So you have to defend the bishop with rook b2.
Yep. I don't know if here, then rook e3, yeah? The problem is now it's no longer mate. That's why Hikaru brought his rook out. So he has queen f1. This might just win. Yeah, this looks good for white.
I agree with Sergei 521 that the candidates is a lot more exciting than some other recent super tournaments. They are really fighting in this event. We cannot complain about the games.
No, there's more at stake, and there's also different. Normally, if you win a super tournament, okay, you make more money than the second place, but it's not. There's not this implied odds situation that you also get a world championship match that's worth millions of dollars. So,
Yeah.
the players have a lot more motivation to try to finish first than your average super tournament, where if you finish second, win 5 rating points, most guys will be happy, and rightly so.
Exactly.
But here they have a more of a second is the first loser sort of mentality. So that makes for more fights. Then again, people have been complaining that we haven't seen any Sicilians, for example. Everyone plays the Berlin, which is true, but Berlin is a pretty good opening.
At least we didn't see the Berlin endgames all the time. question is if Geary can get 7 points by drawing all games. Yeah, it's possible, but I don't think that is his objective. They all want to win a game or more. First they need their first victory and then win more games. Everybody wants to win this event.
Yeah, Geary's game today was strange. But to answer the question, I am reasonably sure that he can get 7 points by drawing all games. Like, I'm not that good at math, but
14 rounds in total. So.
Times half. Yeah, I think he can. Brief look at Karjakin Aronian. Queen h5, Queen c7 is on the board. Karjakin messing around with his queen, trying to distract Levon. Both sides have to be careful. Like, white has to be careful because his king is a little open, but so is the black king. And no Queen f7 or Queen e8. This feels natural. But we have tremendous faith in Karjakin's defending abilities.
I think he's enjoying this position already. I mean, he's used to being defending even in more inferior positions, so this is just like an easy thing for him, piece of cake.
Yeah, especially compared to earlier. Like, psychologically, he's probably on top because earlier he was probably cursing. I don't think he curses himself that much, but I would have been cursing myself, like,
for playing h4 instead of e5.
Yeah, in general.
That's where it all began.
To get this position with white after 16 moves is not a great accomplishment, but once again, he's back. Rook d7, rook f8 on the board in Peter's game was a very pleasant choice between Queen g4 and Queen g5 now, both leading to better / winning endgames. So that looks good. For Mr. Svidler, Veselin Topalov needs to be very creative to keep his attack going. For now it feels like Hikaru should defend. And the artist, no, I'm not going to start calling him that, but Geary drew against Vishy, forcing a draw out of the opening. Interesting opening play, but then bishop f6 sucked the life out of the position. Karjakin Aronian is complicated, but roughly equal. And I'm telling you all this because I want another break, so I did a little summary. We'll be back
I think we need a chocolate break once again, but we will be back in a few minutes. Stay here. We are back from the break, and here we have already the endgame that Jan was discussing before in Svidler's game.
Let's go right there. They've played all the computer moves. Svidler being precise, but Fabiano also hanging in there. Rook d7, rook f8, queen g4, double attack. Queen h6 check, f4. And it turns out that black can't defend everything at once. So he had to give this bishop rook e8.
Yeah, we saw this line with bishop c8 that I think club players would ask why not bishop c8, and then this exchange up thing. I think it's always difficult for club players to understand when there's a material, how shall I put it, when there's a bishop and pawns against the rook, like you don't know how to evaluate it. So it's not as easy to say as bishop against knight or 3 pawns against 3 pawns, but you don't know when the exchange is good and when it's not good. Here it's not enough. I think Jan can explain it why.
It's not that much to explain, I just queen the e pawn.
Exactly. So without the e5 pawn, perhaps it would make sense to discuss this, but with such a strong passed pawn, there's nothing to discuss here.
No, this is just winning, therefore Caruana avoided it. Went rook e8. Very tricky. He still has his knight takes e5. And the game is not over. Peter played queen h3. The queen can't avoid the exchange, which white would like to because the black king is too weak. But you gotta exchange them. Queen h3 takes, bishop h3. Good news for white is he's winning a pawn. The moment material is equal, but knight c6 does not keep this pawn because rook c7. And it's gonna drop, so probably the knight is gonna go to c4 directly. Yeah, knight c4 looks like it's on the board. Rook takes a7 is normal. White is a pawn up with very good winning chances, but there is still work to be done.
Yeah, especially he should avoid the exchange of all those pawns, because if we end up with just one pawn, black will sacrifice the knight. I think this is more than obvious, but it's not so easy to get the pawns off the board. Maybe e5 can be played, but...
Yeah, I was wondering about this, because f takes e5, then black would be pretty much back into the game. The white pawns don't look so pretty. But white has other options. f5 looks very interesting in order to create a passed g-pawn. And the computer move, as usual, I've been cheating in the break, is rook to a4. That's not such an obvious move. You normally want to keep your rook on the 7th rank.
So the point is that after rook a4, I don't have a good square for my knight, and if I go knight d6, then you add in the b6 pawn.
Yeah, and this, and if knight back to c4. There's some nasty maneuvers,
Nice.
but this is hard to come up with once again. Even though I've said this before, and so far Peter is playing like a computer. This whole game he's played very, very precisely. Let's see if we
true.
can...
He will soon be accused of cheating.
Nah, I don't think so. I don't think anybody will in this event. Certainly not Hikaru Nakamura or Vasilin Topalov.
Yes, crazy game here. So what has happened here since the break?
Well, we got this line we were looking at, rook fd8, rook b2, defending against the threat of takes and queen h3. Topalov went rook d4, planning to double to renew the threat, and Hikaru went rook e7 when... Yeah, this looked more natural going after the pawn.
And safer than rook e7.
Yeah, but probably was worried that rook d8 and he still can't take because he's losing his piece back. Now you can't untangle here so easily.
And if you have to follow the engine, knight b1, it makes sense that he didn't go for this line.
No, so this line is a draw. I checked this in the break, knight e4. The computer says white is a little better here, but this is just a draw. Some endgame like this, even if white wins this pawn, let's say rook c2, rook c6, whatever, f6. I do not think there's great winning chances here, because black is too active. So Hikaru instead played rook to e7, probably hoping for some queen b3, queen f7 in some lines. When, here there's still questions. Looks like rook d8 is the way to go. Familiar threats, queen to b3. Counterplay.
So what do you do against this? Can I just move the king, or I have to play rook f8?
I feel like you have to play king f8. If the king moves, then this is coming anyway.
Definitely. But rook f8 seems like it's quite a sad move to play.
It's passive, but the good news is we're still threatening mate in 2. So it's not obvious how white wants to avoid that. He can go back, maybe we get a move repetition.
This would be a funny draw.
Yeah.
Piece sacrifice, first pawn sacrifice, then piece sacrifice, and then repeating moves. Usual top level chess.
Could happen. Another move could be king h2, but it feels very dangerous to put this king into the danger zone. I was thinking this and this, but here there's bishop g5. Computer move is this, just planning to give a check here.
And
as
then?
usual. Well, it says 0-0 as it always does,
What
but whatever
happens
that means.
afterwards, knight g4?
I have no idea what's going on. But bottom line is, Topalov is still very much in this game. He's active enough to pose problems. As mentioned, the computer is throwing around 0-0s all over the place. So it could be that he's gonna survive these adventures.
Yeah, that's what a user is saying, that only Peter has real winning chances, all the others will end in a draw. That's the opinion of Draw Gangster Anish user.
That's a good username, so he probably knows what he's talking about when it comes to draws, if it is in his name. Yeah, Kayakin, Levon, the queens have disappeared from the board. We've seen something like this. Kayakin found a way to exchange the queens. Rook e3.
Yes, Spooky Tooth is asking if after the queen exchange in Karyakin Aronian, can Karyakin be better?
I don't know. Like, this looks like a good version for black earlier. We've seen something similar where I wasn't sure, but here it doesn't feel like Kayakin can be better, because black still has this passed h-pawn and he could push his pawns up the board, put his king on f6, where it's not so obvious what white wants to do. Maybe just exchange more pieces, rook e1 and rook e5. But if black goes, let's say, king f7 to put the king on f6, I have a feeling white can never be better, and in fact might have to be a little careful. Because with this structure, it's not so easy to build a passed pawn here without creating serious weaknesses. You normally don't want to go c4, because it breaks up your pawns.
So we are expecting a draw here, and we did not predict a draw. I think this is the only game where we said, you said Aronian would win, I said Karyakin would win, and we're gonna see a draw. As usual, we cannot predict anything.
Draw is always the most likely, but it ain't over yet. We shall see.
Yeah.
Even though he just played bishop c6, offering more exchanges. Should end in draw. Yeah, it is very drawish. I slightly prefer black because of his passed pawn. Well, white still doesn't have one, but it's Kayakin. He's seen worse than this.
I think I should clarify my statement, because now everyone is saying that Peter would be the least likely to cheat. Of course, it was a joke. I said it because I was myself accused of cheating with a very weird story that we discussed the other day with Pepe. So the lipstick, Ribka in the lipstick story, I think Peter has the same chances of cheating as I did with the lipstick.
Yeah. I only cheat by drinking coffee, but it doesn't seem to help that much. What else is there? No, it's decision time for Nakamura after rook a8, which will be played. I don't see another sensible move. I have a feeling the game might end like this.
You think Nakamura wouldn't try king h2 because that's still a mess?
Yeah, but it feels so risky to put the king here. I don't know, like queen f5 is not an obvious move, but queen anywhere and this knight coming to g4 with check does feel very, very scary.
It feels scary, but maybe his point could be is that, okay, I'm a piece up, and if after knight g4, king g1 there's no mate, then what can happen to him? What's next?
That's fair. I don't know. Let's make some moves. In general, it just doesn't feel like white has any chances.
Oh, with the
His
knight
king
on
is
e5,
too
yeah, I
weak.
understand. That could be a forced line, because if there's no forced variation for black, then it just really appears down.
Yeah, this threat is just always powerful. I'm not sure about knight e5, but I think knight anywhere should force white to repeat moves once again.
I wish I could place the knight somewhere from c3 so that then the queen would join the defense and I would always threaten to capture on f3, but where do you place the knight?
Yeah, I don't know, you could
No,
try
so there's
something like this, but...
No, there's everything here. It's just...
even this is possible, not
Well,
takes.
that would be beautiful. But we might just see here a repetition of moves. You might be right here that after queen b3, rook f8, queen d1, and a draw. This would be similar to the Aronya and Caruana game, I think, where it was just so scary. Aronya sacrificed 3 pawns and then they ended up repeating moves because it was just way too dangerous for it to continue.
Yeah, there was an odd game. There was some mating attack for Levon, which he didn't go through
he
with.
saw it. He saw this f5, f6, but didn't trust it because he thought it was too slow.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, to give up 3 pawns and hope for the best, you need to be very, very confident. But Levon has looked good so far in this tournament, even though today I don't think he's gonna be able to convert this into a victory. Peter though, f4, e5. I'm slightly, worried from my Peter fanboy perspective, because this is exactly the type of positions he hasn't been converting throughout the tournament. Well, with Caruana we know he's a very, very tough defender. I think f5 is the most natural move. Black takes. Still a lot of work to be done. Not the prettiest pawn structure, but they can't be attacked so easily, which is good.
Our community is asking me to force you say ba-boom because that's what Pepe says all the time whenever he sees a strong move and they are missing to hear ba-boom.
Yeah, sorry, I won't be a worthy replacement for Pepe, like all his stuff, also the ratatatata. I can't pull it off, like I lack energy. Sorry guys.
But what we do not lack is winning chances for Peter Swidler.
No. Still a lot of work though, and I expect this game. Okay, they have to make it to the time control, but to go for a long, long time, because I don't think Fabiano is gonna collapse here. In fact, Fabiano has defended pretty impressively ever since f5, I believe. Both sides have played pretty much perfectly, like the whole sequence at least. According to Mr. Comp, has been best play. And to survive in such a position and see, okay, I have to go for this ugly endgame. It's also a skill. Maybe he's taken a page out of Karjakin's playbook. This is still a lot of work. We could still see 4 draws, even though no lack of excitement. 2-piece sacrifices.
And the Hikaru pawn in all the games.
Only Anish didn't join. Ah, well,
He
moved
did
it
later on. He wanted to join the movement of the Hikaru pawn.
But I don't think we can give him credit for that one.
Exciting round as usual at the candidates. No boring chess, except now for the Girianan game, but the others we cannot really complain about.
Nah, I'm sure we'll find something to complain about. E5. Yeah, this rook a4 computer move is... I don't even think Peter's gonna consider it, because your rook looks so pretty on a7.
Mark Ginsburg is saying that if you don't want rook a4, the computer move, then f5 seems to be strong.
Yeah, I agree. f5 is the most human move, because you want to leave this pawn alive and get rid of this pawn, so you have a pass pawn. So f5 looks much stronger than fe5 to me. When after fe rook e5, black really made some progress.
And we have a result. Aronya's game has ended in a draw.
Yeah, no surprises there. Bit of a missed chance for Levon Aronya.
After this position, when, knight f3, f5, this seemed to be really promising for black with the misplaced queen on h5. And bishop f6, as you showed, should have been the move.
Yeah, I believe this was the key moment, because after he allowed knight e5 with bishop d7, Black might still be better, but
Yeah.
Karyakin is back in business. Bishop f6, just leaving the pieces on the board, stopping knight e5 for good, and then bishop d7, bishop e8 on the agenda. Felt horribly unpleasant for white. So he's not going to be too happy. Draw between the leaders, which means they stay in the lead.
It's +2, and well, Vichy could not join them. He is still on +1. The rest of the field still has to win.
The rest of the field still has to win a game, right? I don't
Yes.
think any of these guys have won a game yet.
Yeah, actually, that's what I meant literally, to win their first game.
Yeah, Caruana drew all his games so far. Peter lost one game, drew 6, and both Nakamura and Topalov lost 2 games and drew 5. So let's see.
Drew 4.
Oh, yeah.
Round 7.
Sorry.
But they are drawing today, perhaps, so you might be right. Any
Yeah,
new moves
anything
there, or
can
they
still happen. Yeah,
just
they've played
wait?
this rook d8, queen b3, rook f8, which was forced.
Now the question is if he goes for the repetition with queen d1, or he's brave enough to play king h2, which still seems to be shaky.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's any other moves, but probably not. This is such a massive threat. If white decides to go rook e3 now, black can go queen h3, even giving up this pawn. Takes knight g4. And the black deck is still raging. No, I would expect queen d1 and a move repetition here.
To those of you guys who are saying that this is the final round, no, this is a double round robin, so half of the tournament is still to come. Nothing is decided.
7 out of 14 today. Let's look back at the standings. These are the standings before the round, but we can see the leaders draw, so they're both on 4.5. Vichy Drew is on 4. Anish is working on his 7 points on 3.5 right now. While, yeah, Caruana, Svidler, if Svidler wins, Svidler would overtake Caruana in the standings. If they draw, well, you do the math. While Topalov Nakamura looks like a draw, which would leave them both on -2.
Yeah, I don't think it matters at this point of the event, but in case you guys want to know the tie breaks, it's first of all the personal results, so it depends what you played against the player you are tying with, and then the number of victories. So it doesn't matter that Vichy is winning games, for instance, and not drawing.
Maybe they misinformed Anish. Maybe he thought number of draws is the tiebreaker. That's why he went for bishop f6. But no, I should resist this. I don't want to join the Geary haters. I'm a fan of the guy. And 21 years old, almost 2,800.
Exactly.
But today it's just...
It's not easy
Just a strange
for
decision.
these young stars, because this is the first time they participate in the candidates, and it's not like any other super tournaments. There's a lot more pressure. So I think first of all you have to get used to this situation, and for his playing style, it's so normal that he makes many draws. It's not easy for him to start taking more risks.
No, you can't change who you are, and I don't think he has to. I think he's strong enough to win games like that. And yeah, regarding the pressure, I agree. Then again, it's all in your head. Like one can always decide how much pressure one wants to put on himself. But I've mentioned this before. That's why I think the slightly older guys, or the guys who have played a couple of those, are probably bigger favorites than the newcomers, being Nakamura, Geary, and Caruana, who've never played at this stage. Because Levan Aronian, he's been here 3-4 times, always as a favorite, has failed. But you probably learn from these lessons. And it's, well, I only follow basketball, it's the only sport I know. But there, teams that make it to the finals the first time almost never win, but it's always like a slow increase. And if we look at the latest candidates tournaments, it's also been like that. Gelfand won one, then Magnus won one at wasn't his first try, his second try. But Magnus is Magnus, and he was already the clear number 1 then.
Well, among the young participants, only Karyakin has played before, and he was the runner-up already at the previous candidate, so maybe that explains why he's having good chances now.
Yeah.
But
the previous one also won by experienced Vichy, who's still very much in the running. And yeah, Karyakin, I agree. He's been around. He's He's also won super tournaments like Norway chess a couple of times, won the World Cup. So he can't be counted out, even though his chess style is not the prettiest and sometimes he ends up in trouble. He's so hard to beat, even from a position like today. I don't think many people would save this position against Levon that easily.
Yeah, especially after the f5, bishop f6 line, where you will have to retreat the knight to h2 in order to save your queen.
Then again, Levon won't be complaining too much. A draw with black still in the joint lead.
Easy draw for him because he did not have any trouble after the opening.
No, not at all. Peter might have fallen asleep, or he might have snuck to his hotel room to watch some cricket if England is playing. He can't be bothered with the candidates tournament taking a long time here. Maybe he is considering this computer line rook a4, intending knight d6, rook a6. He has played very directly all game, so it's possible this is on his mind, rook a4, and if knight a5, which also looks not logical, then the point is you go rook e4, pinning. Still, don't lose on time, Peter. It's only move 30, no move 29. Azur Mist says, rook a4 is not computerish, it is super GM-ish. Yeah, that's often the same thing nowadays, because computers are quite good, they're super GM-ish themselves. But yeah, it's not a natural move, and we're being told bishop g2 might have happened. Is that a good move? Threatening a check.
And after knight d3 he wants to play bishop
Maybe
bishop
here, I don't know.
where bishop, c6,
Bishop
e4.
e4 is also possible, but then
it runs into taking and then
the point is
c6 rook. Where? How is this?
This is the point.
Oh, yeah, that's a nice point. Okay, so we cannot play bishop e4. We should go for bishop c6.
Yeah, don't blunder that, Peter. That'd be unfortunate. If bishop c6, what's going on? Rook e6. Oh no, this knight is doing pretty good work covering these squares. And if you go bishop a4, this is not a big threat because of c4. So it's time to panic. It's the first non-computer move he's made in the last like 20 moves. But of course, he does maintain his advantage. Something like this, but it already feels like White is losing a bit of coordination.
People keep on asking us about the touch move of Hikaru. I think we already discussed it, so you either need to replay the show, or I don't know how many times we should say it. Some people will be just really bored of us repeating the same thing all the time.
Yeah, it looks like he touched his king intending to go king of 8, then he realized he couldn't do it, and that's what happened. The question, Levon mentioned that the rook endgame was winning anyway, which I really, really doubt, but I believe Levon was kidding a little bit. I'm worried that Peter might have actually planned this, because it looks very logical, bishop e4, and to take here, because everything else is good for White. Let's say rook f8. Okay, I'm not sure why this check is so important. But here, White has a passed pawn and good winning chances. But if he misses this, this would be really heartbreak, because it's not blundering it to draw, but here you actually have to resign. This pawn can't be stopped.
Oh, not there, but AJ.
This is a mistake, but here. Not likely to happen, but it could be that this was the intention behind bishop g2. Caruana has to play knight e3 more or less. You can't allow this bishop to come to d5. Alternative is maybe rook to d8. But then the bishop can go here. Oof, tense moment.
Let's hope that Peter will not blunder. Okay, I don't think that he will, but maybe, as you said, he might have planned this and now he realizes that he cannot go for that.
Yeah. Another thing I'm curious about is after knight e3, White can go rook a8, trying to exchange the rooks. Probably it's not the best idea ever, because this knight is so active now. That's another thing to think about. I wish I knew any endgames. I don't know, obviously only white can be better, but I have a feeling this is probably not enough to win.
What could be the problem here to convert it into a full point? That we exchange a lot of pawns and also that the king is coming quickly and might attack the f4 pawn, or why is this position not good enough?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but it just feels like this is a little vulnerable. If f3, then king e6 and king e5. Black is very active. The white king struggles a bit to enter the play because king d2, knight f1 is always there. So I could be wrong, and with great technique you somehow managed to convert this, but it looks dangerous, or looks risky to do this, because here black can go g5, exchange more pawns. I don't know, it feels very close to draw.
Z lands and is saying that Aronian has said at the press conference that he hasn't played his best today.
No, he missed some chances.
I wonder what Karyakin says then.
Yeah, normal day at the office for Karyakin. No problems. What's going on with Hikaru? Is he repeating? He's still thinking, apparently.
Yeah, I see some more questions about why rook f8 was necessary, but you already showed it, that black cannot allow queen takes f7, even if it's not a check. If he instead king h7, queen f7, threatening mate on g7, so you cannot allow that move.
Looks like Hikaru played knight to d1.
Really? So he doesn't want to repeat?
Well, and if queen h3, queen takes f3, defends everything.
So how can we protect the f3 pawn to threaten queen h3?
Well, I'm not going to pretend to be thinking here. The computer says knight d1 is a mistake because of queen f5 threatening rook d3, followed by queen h3. And all of a sudden, the going gets tough for white. Knight e3, queen h3, and there's very nasty threats like knight g4. Then again, queen f5 is not such an obvious move, but you need to distract the white queen from the f3 pawn. Here, if rook e3, this seems to be the idea, to capture the pawn. But then black can win his piece back. Some of these lines, because white has too many pieces on the d file. Black is just gonna regain it.
Well, maybe it can lead to a victory for Topalov if the game continues in this direction. Like if knight d1 is not the best move, but still it's a huge mess on the board.
Yeah, anything can happen, and also, queen f5 is not an obvious move at all, like knight d5 is a more logical move, and so on, so anything can happen. And they also, what time is it? 4:30, they can't have that much time left.
And still 9 more moves to make. I wonder...
Papa Joe hopes Karana draws. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering if, how much time they have left, but we don't have any information on that. And I don't see anybody saying in the chat about the clock, so yeah, just keep on.
Yeah, but the time control is in half an hour, so they can't have more than that. That's why Karana should also make some moves at some point.
Actually, Nicholas is here with us and he's asking if the time is accurate. No, don't trust the clocks on our side because it's not updated. I believe we are not seeing the correct times.
Nah. But what I do know is that if they haven't made a move in the next half hour, they lost on time unless it's move 40 already. So yeah, decision time in both positions. The sharper one right now is the Topalov position, which yeah, it's deceptive sitting here with an engine. Say, knight d1, terrible move, queen f5, and black is slightly better, but over the board this is actually a pretty obvious move. Keeping knight on f3, also being able to go knight e3, should there ever be a mating threat here.
Yeah, seems to be the best try to keep the game going.
Yeah, the problem is, there's too many pieces on the d file now. This is just a powerhouse of a move threatening rook d3. And here, and rook e3, then either rook d8 or this first. You win your piece back. Still, Anything can happen. I wouldn't be surprised if Topalov played something else. Knight d5, also totally obvious move. Stopping rook e3, attacking this rook. Maybe also a good move, I'm not sure.
Swidler has 10 minutes and Karana 12 according to Azurmist. Thank you for the information. 10 and 12. And how many more moves to make? 9.
Yeah, at least Swidler didn't blunder. Bishop e4, e takes f4.
That's something.
I was a little worried about. Went bishop c6 instead, which, yeah, I'm not sure if this was the best maneuver available to him. But only white can win at the very least. The problem is all his pawns are so ugly. Like normally if he could stabilize, having a bishop against a knight and an extra pawn should be enough for the victory.
Yeah, and this passed pawn on e2 is not very promising.
No, it's not very far past. I don't know, I'm starting to have doubts if Peter can convert this.
We also know the situation, the time situation. Topalov 14 minutes and Nakamura 7. Thank you guys for updating our clocks because we did not know how much time they had left. And yeah, still 9 more moves to make till the time control. They need to get to move 40 to get 50 extra minutes.
Yeah, this is a big decision for Topalov. Make or break. Knight d5 or queen f5 or something else. Queen f5 I find a very tough move to make because you think this queen is already well placed here. Knight d5 looks quite logical.
And he played it. Topalov played knight d5.
Yeah, that's the more human decision. Also keeping an eye on the e3 pawn. Rook a7 looks a little out of bounds. Probably is the best square. No, there are some tricks.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Yeah, I'm not sure how this position is, but hard to believe that white can be better. Probably it's just a draw. Knight e3 takes. Yeah, fits draw.
How forced this all was because we knight d5, rook a7, and their queen a6.
Yeah,
threatening
I'm not sure
rook
if it's
d2.
forced at all. Made some sense. Knight e3 is probably a mistake because of queen h3 still. Yeah, it's not clear what to do. Maybe king h2, but I guess I can do this.
This looks really dangerous. Aren't you just winning here with black?
I have no idea, but it certainly feels scary. I'm not sure if there's any mate, but yeah.
And the d1 knight is hanging, and if not, just rook d3 and queen f1.
Yeah, no, it looks very bad. So no, this line made some sense. Queen e6 and just bail out, give the piece back. Now the question is if after knight d5 the rook can stick around on the e file. But it also looks very scary. For starters, now might be a good time to revisit this idea. Yeah. Black is a piece down, but it doesn't feel like it. Black has enough pieces to make active moves all the time. And here, Topalov, no, Hikaru would have to be very careful. Because king h2, there's this trick we've seen earlier, which probably still works. Anything can happen.
We have an interesting question if we think that Nakamura is going to talk to Jan Nepomniachtchi about his game when it finishes because of the World Cup incident castling with 2 hands. Yeah, there are some things like that in the chess world. Luckily not many. There are not many enemies in the chess world. Normally the players get on very well. So yeah, not many decide not to shake hands before the game and such. I think that's good that most of the players are just polite and educated with one another.
Yeah, I don't like any of them. That makes it easier. Just be enemies with everyone then. Don't have time for all these feuds. Bishop b5 played by Peter. Hoping for some tricks along this diagonal. What's going on though? If takes, let's say rook f6.
All I see on Twitter are jokes about Anish Giri's draws. But after today's game, unfortunately, we can understand it. The not so nice bishop takes f6, at least not very going for the win move.
No. Yeah, in general, I always believe anybody can do whatever they like. I just believe that he's going to have a very hard time winning this tournament with moves like that, because you have to push with white if you see a chance in order to win the tournament, as mentioned. And I feel that's going to be tough for Anish. But still 7 rounds, he is at 50%. Anything can still happen.
I wonder if this is a new trend on Twitter, because it's a new hashtag, Giri jokes, and it might have been initiated by the users, because that's trending topic today. Unfortunately.
Hashtag Giri jokes is trending?
Yes.
Wow.
And all in Spanish. I think it might have to do something with the Spanish commentary then.
Probably our Spanish friends are spearheading the campaign against Anish. I'm really not sure if Peter can pull this off. I have a feeling Caruana's gonna survive.
I was really hoping after the piece sacrifice and finding d takes e4, not an easy move.
No, he played a great game, but that also goes to show how strong these players are. Even if you play perfectly against the Fabiano, you get such a position which you still have to convert. It's not like black is collapsing, while many lesser players after d takes e4, they would just have fallen apart. But Fabiano stuck around, made all the only moves. Of course, he understands his position is not great, but what to do. And he has decent chances to hold this, I believe.
I don't understand what king h7 are you guys talking about in the chat. I've seen somebody saying that Caruana has made a mistake, but I just wish I could know what king h7, where king h7. King h2. Now, I don't understand anything. King h2 Nakamura played, but in the Caruana game I don't think there's king h7 unless we are in a completely different position. Caruana has played f6. f6? What?
I'm not
Do
following.
you understand anything?
Would be very hard for Caruana to play f6. I think it's even technically illegal.
Rook f6. Okay.
That makes sense.
The letter was missing, the R. Rook f6. And you guys are saying that this is a mistake. And if it's a blunder.
Why is it a blunder though? Because of fe? I'm not sure. Rook back to e6. What's the trick? King d2? Nah.
But that could be the trick. Where do you go? Rook e5 simply, and you say that there's nothing.
No, white is still better. I'm not sure. Rook b7 or whatever. But far from over. It looks like something else has happened. He took on f4 first. That changes things. Now rook f6.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification also in the chat, and also that the king h7 move was played by Topalov. So it was not in the Caruana game where I thought that king h7 happened. Illegal move.
Trying to figure this out, but I'm not smart enough, unfortunately. King d2, knight f1 must be his idea. Here takes. It still feels dangerous for black, even though he got his pawn back, but now...
Couldn't we go, maybe it's just stupid, but I wanted to attack the knight with king e1 and then... no, I don't have any tricks. No, I take it back.
Yeah.
I wanted to play e3, but you just capture my pawn. That's completely stupid. I'm desperately trying to find a trick here. What's the trick? Why is it a blunder?
No, I don't think there have to be any tricks, but this looks very dangerous for black. I just want to push my e-pawn, and now this knight is on the wrong circuit. I'm not sure if it's winning, but this feels like it could be troubles, because all of a sudden all the white pieces would occupy very good squares.
Yeah, and the thing might be with this f1 knight that it's really far away from blocking the e5 square.
Yeah, it's not in time to come back. I don't know, but this looks like very good chances for white. There might be something else. Who knows? You can play something like bishop d3, but I like it better to go for activity.
What about rook e7? Does it make sense?
Yeah, that's possible too. Knight d5, bishop c4. Yeah, that's a good move. Knight f5.
I don't know if it makes sense to give a check, or that I don't get anything by giving a check first.
No, it's all good winning chances. Even this could be very close. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe rook e7 is even stronger. As much as I would like to sacrifice this pawn.
You can still sacrifice it maybe with knight g2. Then I don't know how we can protect. E3. Okay, e3, and then then knight once again is completely out of the game. No, maybe then this is okay, and knight f5. Yeah, after knight f5 the pawn is not hanging at least.
No, it looks like both players are showing some traits of humanity now that they're in time trouble after all this perfect play, which must have cost a lot of energy calculating all these lines. They're both drifting a bit on the way to the time control. And from a Chess24 perspective, of course, we're hoping that Fabiano's going to drift more than Peter Svidler, even though, I find it hard to root against Fabiano. He's such a nice guy, but gotta be a team player.
I agree, but we are just rooting too much for Peter, so we would like to see him win.
Makes it a little easier that, in a way, rooting against Fabiano is also rooting against Lawrence, which, of course, zero problems with that.
I think we are missing on something, because the users are saying that there's a drama going on and that Topalov has blundered.
Yeah. I switched off the computer to do a bit of thinking, so we're missing all the computer drama. But I like what Peter did. He's gone for this knight sacrifice, king d2, knight f1. The pawn sacrifice, king d3.
Yeah, I think here what happened was king d2, knight f1, king d3, rook takes, and e4.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Already on the board.
I think it's very close to winning. Let's go back to Topalov. Where is the drama? Rook e5, king h7. Was there a way to win here? King h7 makes sense because it's threatening rook b8, followed by queen h3.
Blunder by Topalov, that's all I can read. So king h7 must be the mistake. And how do we exploit that? With what?
Still a mess.
Guys, it's easy with the engines on, but these players are humans too, so I don't think we can claim that he's already losing.
No, the computer move after rook e5 is knight f6, which, hard to come up with, even though, once again, you're going for counterplay here. King h7 is not well liked in the engine community. King h2. And now Topalov went knight f6 after bishop e3. Is white out of the woods here already? Could be.
So that's it. The point is that here black doesn't have attack anymore.
Well, the rook on e5 stops all this queen f5, knight g4 counterplay we've seen earlier. If he has to retreat, could be that white manages to untangle this. Rook is doing a very good job. I don't know. Yeah, it feels
still so difficult to understand these differences. So here the move was knight f6. That's the engine move.
Yeah, it's very hard to play over the board. In general, it feels like Topalov doesn't quite have the touch. He's been getting good positions in this tournament, even though things have been going well. But in his prime, normally he was just crushing people from all kinds of complications. And here against Vichy, we've seen it. Against Karjakin to a lesser extent, he hasn't been comfortable in such complications. Yeah, it's too complicated a position. King h7. It does make sense because you're threatening rook b8, but he wasn't quite in time. And now white has time to go king h2 because this knight is no longer reaching the g4 square. Therefore, earlier, as mentioned, knight d5 might not have been the ideal way to play, and here was a very good moment to go for this, when white really has to be extremely careful.
What I can see is that Naka is now very excited according to our Chess24 members, and that knight f6 was the blunder. But yeah, king h7 also was not the best move by the engine, but such a mess, so it's not easy to know the best move, especially since they are running out of time as well. So it's a crazy position and no time. Those are two important factors.
f6, bishop e3 appears to be on the board. Still have to be careful, but this rook is doing such an excellent job of dominating the black queen. Probably was going to go back to d8.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I think rook b8 is already on the board. Rook b8, queen b8, rook takes d1, rook b1.
Whoa. Threatening a little checkmate, but rook b1 stops that.
Naka blunder, official, what? Mated? I don't understand anything of that. I can't get anything out of the comments, guys. What's happening? He shouldn't get mated.
No, he's not going to get mated.
That's the rook b1.
It's easy to get mated if you go rook g5, for example. Even this is checkmate.
That would be beautiful, but I think he played rook b1, so there's no mate.
Yeah, it covers everything.
And then this is just the rook down.
Well, there is knight d7.
True. So you get back some material, but it means that we also exchange pieces.
And now it looks like you have to give the queen, because else black is just fine. You would win the rook back, or am I confused? No, I think you have to give up the queen. I think you have to take here. Takes here. Probably white is better, because this knight is out of play, but still work to do. And is there anything else after knight d7? I can't see it. Queen somewhere, then just take here. Take here, and black is probably better. So it's still a bit of a mess, and it's gonna come down to cold-bloodedness. But Nakamura already played rook b1. Well, that was easy. It was the only move to parry the mating threats, and now Topalov has to determine if there is anything else.
Really short on time. If I saw it well, I have to scroll back to the time that I have just read. I think it was 7 minutes against 3, if I'm correct. No, it's Caruana who is down to 2 minutes. But anyway, this position is even crazier than that game.
Yeah, it feels like knight d7 is forced. And apparently this position is pretty hopeless for black. That's why people are getting so excited, because his king is also in trouble. And it's hard to coordinate everything. Rook e8 attacks this knight, and if knight d7, this contact can't be maintained. Rook d4, queen f5, g4, picking up the knight.
And Naka has 4 minutes, Topalov 6. But if the position is already losing, then I think it doesn't matter that much, and also they will soon reach move 40 anyway.
Yeah, it looks like there's nothing else. Maybe you have to try something just to confuse matters. Queen t7, still hope for an attack. The problem is white can always go rook g5, cover this square, take the knight if it shows up there. Yeah, I don't think Naka's gonna miss such chances. No, looks like Nakamura's gonna win his first game of the tournament in a shootout against Veselin Topalov. Crazy complications after a very nice piece sacrifice by Topalov.
Very interesting sacrifice. Maybe if he had given check on e8 first, but even like this, with the variation he played, actually this queen takes d4, he still had pretty good chances. If the engine said in that moment, remember the position where after rook f8 we thought that they would repeat moves? Like, that was the engine's suggestion, to repeat moves with a piece up.
He did repeat once, and then he tried knight to d1, and here it looks like Topalov missed a very powerful queen f5, threatening to intensify the pressure. After knight d5, rook e5. According to the wise computers, black is still fine, but this is such a hard position to play. And yeah, best move apparently was knight to f6 once again, threatening rook d8. And white would once again have had to repeat moves. Still, now it's over. Queen d7 has been tried, last chance for Topalov, but rook g5 blitzed out by Nakamura, covering the g4 square. And there's really no more tricks, so white remains a rook up or a piece up after whatever takes knight g4. You can just take it and the game is over.
Trying to see what he played, because then it was rook takes d1, queen takes, and queen f4, but we are missing a black move here. So he played something and then they exchanged on d1 and queen f4. That can happen in any position, and anyway it's winning.
Yeah, this game is over. Let's see how Peter is doing. He did go for this pawn sacrifice, which I liked. e4, knight g3, e5, rook f3 check. Caruana's trying to bother him. I guess king c2 is the normal move. So you don't allow knight e4 with check. You try to queen your e-pawn.
Peter has 5 minutes and Caruana 1. But okay, 2 more moves to make till 40.
Yeah, so they do have increments, so they get 30 seconds per move. And I still don't know if Peter is winning or if Caruana can survive this. It's been on that bridge of collapsing all the time, but not there yet.
Vargye is saying that Topa always alternates brilliant chess with terrible chess. Gotta love him.
Yeah, I'm not sure if... Today was a good game actually, he just, yeah.
Yeah, but it was just really complicated to understand. It's easy for us sitting here with the engine, as Jan said, drinking coffee, but they have to be there playing the moves on the board. They cannot take back the moves, they cannot talk to anybody about, they cannot consult the engine. So it's really difficult. We cannot really judge them for not playing the perfect moves.
Nope.
Topalov has resigned. It's official, I believe. And Svidler played king c4.
Yeah, it's also logical. Trying to...
King c4, knight e4 played.
Yeah, the problem is now he can't go e6 because of knight d6 check, picking up the bishop. And king d5 runs into knight takes c3 check, so you need to think of a clever move here. Bishop c6 maybe? I guess this is his idea. Now all of a sudden white is a pawn down, but he does have a very fast e-pawn runner.
Yeah, it was actually this, king c4, knight e4, bishop c6, rook takes c3.
Yeah. Decision between king b5 and king d5, but I would guess Peter wants to centralize. Rook e3, for example.
So we are already a pawn down with white, but we have a very promising pass pawn on e5.
Yeah, black is still fighting for a draw. I'm not sure if Caruana can manage. I guess we're gonna see a long thinking break in 2-3 more moves when the players made the time control. Rook takes c3. Peter's trying to decide right now which way to go. King b5 makes sense to go after the b6 pawn as well, to have a passed a pawn, but king d5 feels much more natural, just to centralize and support the e-pawn. So, quo vadis, Mr. Svidler? That's all the Latin I know.
Titan is saying that it's making him a nervous wreck, this position, and they are running out of time. Okay, at last move to make before the time control, so just one more move.
Stop watching these exciting chess events, Titan. It's not good for your heart. Find a more quiet hobby. Like, I don't know, rugby or something where it's not all this violence and drama.
Zealand is saying, Naka is back, I hear baboom. That must be Peppa shouting from Sweden.
Yeah, this is the final position. Topalov resigned. Very complicated game. But better end for Nakamura. Still on -1, but certainly going to give him some confidence that he won a game.
I think here the last trick we could just say that if after knight takes g5 you cannot capture on g5 with a queen because of queen f1, I believe, but that's not something that these players miss. So you have to just keep on attacking the f3 pawn, that's all, and this is a piece up.
Hope Svidler doesn't lose on time trying to decide where to put his king.
Let's see if there's anything new on Twitter besides the hashtag #GearyJokes.
What's the latest Geary jokes out there?
They are all in Spanish.
Oh, they're all in Spanish. Okay.
Yeah, I think this is a Spanish movement. Well, we can start translating them if we have nothing else to do, but I think there are still chess moves to comment on.
No, we're pro Geary on this program. And pro Svidler. Decide on a square, Peter. I have a feeling king b5 is wrong. I don't know why, I just have a feeling. Should centralize the king.
And push the pawn, and then let's see.
Yeah, the chat has mentioned that Peter is not a great closer, which has been true in this tournament. He hasn't converted some very tempting positions. Today I don't think we can blame him yet. He's putting as much pressure as he can. But it's still a lot of work to do, both after king b5 and after king d5. It's a bit of a mess. King d5, rook e3. And the game continues. Probably it's too early to go e6, giving up this f6 square. You have to do something like this. I don't know. Good thing is I don't have to play any endgames against these monsters.
Have you played these players?
Yeah, sure.
Many times, I guess, and several of them.
Yeah, Corona, not that often. I played him 3 times. I won one when he was still young, then I lost 2 when he was less young. Peter, I think I only made 1 or 2 draws.
Any other players from the candidates that you faced? Or Caruana and Svidler?
No, I played against most of them. I don't know. Levon I played a couple times. I think I lost 1 game in the World Cup where he eliminated me. Then a bunch of draws, like 3-4 draws. Kayakin, I think I have 0 out of 1. Lost in Dortmund where I lost all my games. Topalov I've never played. Nakamura I have 100% 1 out of 1, so that's my
Good score.
claim to fame. I lost a game to Vichy, and I don't think I've ever played Anish. So
Anish is the only player I played, but only in a home match when I visited Sopico.
right.
You know, we played a game without the f2 pawn. That's the handicap he gave me. So I was black and he played without the f2 pawn, and he said that there's this opening, knight h3, knight f2, that is analyzed, the position without f2 pawn.
Okay. Sounds like he needs some different hobbies. Analyzing.
No, he did
start
not analyze
position
it
with the
himself.
F2
I
pawn.
think it was analyzed at one of the American super tournaments.
Maybe. Probably Magnus was trying to get Lawrence to play that position. I don't know. Svidler has gone king b5, which is in a way the safer choice because you get the b6 pawn and then you can start pushing your a pawn. But the drawback is the king doesn't help pushing the e pawn. So the best move seems to be rook e3. King takes b6 and then knight somewhere. Knight c3, trying to simplify further. When it feels like the material is too reduced for Peter to win this. Let's say king c5, rook e5 check, king d4, and I don't know, b6, but maybe this works. If takes rook c1. And the best white can hope for here is rook bishop against rook, which I'm sure Fabiano knows quite well. So it feels a bit like the story of Peter's tournament might continue. Great game, great position, but then fails to close it.
Where do you think he started playing inaccurate, and which moment would you have played something different? Or the engine, Mr. Comp?
I don't know, I don't have it on right now. Yeah, this after e5, this whole bishop adventure was not approved by the computer.
Yeah, this rook a4 engine move was the suggestion. And what else did we check here? Yeah, rook a4.
Yeah, f5 also gave good winning chances, but this is also good winning chances. I don't think we can say he's bungled it here. Actually, I believe all the play was very logical. Just, yeah, now king b5 is sort of the more cautious choice. One would need to analyze more deeply to judge which one was right. And the game still ain't over. It's move 40 for Fabiano. He has to make very sure he doesn't go wrong here. Rook e3 seems to be the only move, but I would guess he is not going to miss that.
St. Francis is saying that hiring Lawrence hasn't seemed to improve Caruana's chess anyway.
Too early to say.
No, Lawrence is great. We love Lawrence, and we know that he's supporting Fabi every day. So we are not against Lawrence,
Speak
of course.
for yourself. Yeah, rook e3 only move, but it's a reasonably obvious move to put the rook behind the passed pawn, and king takes b6. Knight anywhere, but knight c3 is once again the obvious move, keeping an eye on the a2 pawn and the d5 square. When, yeah, this line I've been mentioning, but I'm sure there's others, seems to peter out, literally. The point being this, with a draw, well, if, I don't know, any move, let's say here, then worst case scenario for black is rook bishop versus rook, which should be held. And Caruana has played rook e3, it's move 40.
I think that means a chocolate break for us, and then we will be back with this, perhaps the rook and bishop against rook endgame.
Could be.
Long session for today, so stay here. We're gonna be back in a few minutes. back from the break, and we might see a mistake by Caruana just now. C4.
Yeah, all the engine generals out there are yelling. Big blunder by Fabiano Caruana, C4. I'm not sure. It looked like he could have drawn here with knight c3, king takes c5, rook e5, king d4, and rook to e1. The point being king c3, rook c1. When after a4, probably you have to give this knight for the pawn. But this, at least theoretically, is a drawn position, king f8 and rook e7. But Caruana played a very natural move, of course. He decided to push his own c-pawn. However, that leaves both white's passed pawns alive as well. And after a4, we have a game at our hands.
And after c3?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
I just check and coming back with
rook
the bishop.
c7. Let's say here.
And rook c7 simple.
No, maybe you give a check first even. And here, the problem is the bishop is stronger than the knight in such a situation. And also the black king is of course not a happy camper on the back rank. Not sure the check was necessary or if you go rook c7 first. But this looks like pretty decent winning chances. So Peter maybe gets a second shot at it after a great game, which it looked like he was suffering from the disease he had in the previous rounds as well. Playing well, but then not converting. Now after c4, he has all the time in the world to calculate. And yeah, a4 looks tempting. It's also tempting to get rid of this pawn. But there, the problem, I guess, is that now black goes knight d2. And once again, gets rid of the white e-pawn.
So this is Fabiano's idea, but he just maybe evaluated the position and didn't think that the a4 pawn would be that important to catch immediately. Because he pushes c4, he wants to take the e5 pawn, but he just doesn't have time to grab both pawns.
Yeah, white doesn't have to take the c4 pawn, but can just ignore it for now. And once again, I'm not 100% sure if this is winning at all, and if we're entitled to yell blunder. It's still chaos, but it looks like Peter has some chances yet. Here, for example, there's many tricks after king h8, which of course you don't love to play. But something like this, once again, targeting a lot of things in the white camp. And it's still far from obvious that white is winning here. Something like this. There might be chances. It looks like a draw, but this knight is caught off guard, and the e-pawn is very fast, especially now with the king in the corner. So maybe a chance for Peter Svidler to win his first game. But yeah, there's some comments. Pawnage says 160 for Svidler. Doesn't matter all that much. First of all, yeah, it's hard to calculate all this stuff, and even 160 doesn't mean too much here. The position is winning or drawn, but for example, if you end up with rook bishop versus rook, I'm not sure what the computer says, but even if it says +3, it would still be draw. So it doesn't mean much, but it feels like Caruana gave him a bit of a chance to at least keep things very complicated here with a4, while instead of c4, knight c3 was just forcing pawns off the board. Move 41 once again for Caruana. It's also the move where he blundered against Topalov. Seems like, yeah, when the adrenaline leaves of the time trouble, he's more prone to mistakes.
It seems. Do you think that he missed something after knight c3 there? But it's just very clear that he will take the e5 pawn, isn't it? Like rook e7, king f8? Or is there something that we are not seeing and he could have been afraid of?
I'm not sure. Maybe he didn't want to have to defend.
Rook and bishop against rook.
Rook bishop, and he thought that c4. He also needs to win games because he wants to win the tournament. Maybe he thinks, at least theoretically, he has a chance if Peter blunders, leaves the c-pawn alive. I'm not sure. I'm sure that Lawrence Trent at home is very nervous now. But yeah, very hard to tell. Peter has to convince himself that he can leave this c-pawn alive, because of course it's tempting to go check and take it. But then it feels like a draw again. Even this position, such a position, I'm not 100% sure if it's an easy draw, because this pawn is fast.
You still need to get there with the knight in order to sacrifice it for the pawn.
But it feels much stronger to go a4 immediately, push this pawn, and this guy can be stopped by rook c7. or check first. And rook c7 seems to be stronger. Difference is that after rook c7 there is this trick once again. Attacking all these guys. And if you give it check first, king e8 and now rook c7, this no longer works because there is bishop c6 check.
That's an important difference.
Yep. So Peter is going to think for a while here, probably going to come up with this a4 idea. Let's do a brief tour of what else happened. Nothing much happened. In Anish's game, he simplified with bishop f6 instead of going for the critical move like c takes d5. And it was just a draw.
He was not very ambitious today, it seems.
No. Nakamura won in a wild game against Veselin Topalov. This is the final position. After Topalov sacrificed a piece, probably correctly, at least practically, very correctly. And then in mutual time trouble. Not going to go through all the details here. But Nakamura decided to gamble, continue playing with a piece up, but with a very vulnerable king. By playing knight d1, Topalov had some good chances here. Queen f5 was a strong move. He played knight d5, rook e5. This position, yeah, the computers are saying rook to a8, intending rook a1 as giving enough counterplay. That's really guesswork here with little time. He went for king h7. And after king h2, he was in trouble because you can't get this construction you would have hoped for. He tried to get it anyway, but he wasn't in time. And after rook to b1, the last key move, the only move not to get mated, but not a hard one, Nakamura was winning.
Also, the Karyakin-Aronian game was really interesting. h4 might have been an inaccurate move in the opening, and Aronian had a pleasant position, but then maybe he also could have taken his chance, but missed the most accurate moves after f5 and the rook retreat.
Yeah, bishop f6 seems to have led to a clear advantage, while bishop d7, knight e5 allowed Karyakin to survive. Draw between the two co-leaders who won't get caught by anybody, but still a lot of open questions. Will Svidler get back to 50% and put Karana on -1, or will Karana stay on 50%? At the bottom of the table, let's look at the standings before the round. Veselin Topalov is now -3, while Hikaru Nakamura is back to -1. Vishy Anand, with his comfortable draw with the black pieces, still on +1 in pursuit of the leaders.
So what happened was bishop d5 check and e6 in Peter's game.
He's not making the computer moves, so time to yell blunder at him again. King h8 played e6 and c3. Still chaos, rook c7, I guess, to stop this pawn. But once again, it looks like now Karana is in time, according to the comp, to survive knight f6, bishop b3, but just pushing his own passed pawn. Yeah, maybe that's what Karana was hoping for, to get winning chances on one of these lines. Because here now, if we make it a race, the g pawn is pretty quick.
And also there's going to be a check with that pawn.
Yeah, it's a fun line because you probably can't go here.
Yeah, you wish you could have this e6 pawn disappear and then rook e8.
Even this might be equal, who knows. But instead of g1 queen, there's also rook takes e6 check. And if bishop takes, this is a check. It's probably still a draw because this pawn is so powerful. But yeah, Peter's endgame technique has not been as good as the rest of his play in this tournament, also in this position. Okay, he's got to be tired. But he missed another chance to get a possibly winning position by playing a4. So I went for this check, king h8. Now it's probably too late for a4 because knight c3 would attack the bishop. Played e6, and after c3, black has very good coordination and some counterplay. The e-pawn is not going to queen because there's always knight f6. Well, white has to keep an eye on the g-pawn. Wouldn't be too surprised if this Peter decided, okay, we've seen enough, and he simplifies to some draw like this. We'll see though.
I think the Twitter community is still excited about the trending hashtag of the day, even using Matrix for the jokes, but yeah, they are all in Spanish, so you guys, if you want to check them, hashtag C24Live, full of the hashtag Geary jokes. That's the trending topic of the day.
Yeah, we're not going to encourage it just yet. 2 more draws and we'll have people join in on the fun.
Our chat community is getting excited that Caruana might win now.
Yeah, I doubt it. White can always simplify to a draw if he so chooses, but it certainly became more double-edged. I was wondering about this move, just trying to queen. You have to go knight f6. And bishop here, because now at least the bishop controls this pawn. We can still dream of pushing our own. It's still very far from obvious, all this stuff. And I'd be very worried with black still. Because, yeah, the bishop really is stronger than the knight in such positions. Possibly black is in time, but it's very move-by-move stuff. Here with king f7, I guess white is fast enough. Now this is still a draw. Or actually, black is winning.
Oh.
This, I guess, there is a way to stop the pawn. But on all these lines, you have to be extremely careful with black.
How do you stop it? You have to go some weird move like knight b8. I don't believe in that move.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna come down to rook bishop versus rook once again. Something
And
like
with a
this.
check, yeah. And there was no way to... Yeah, we can't really... King a5, then just another check, I guess.
Yeah. No, I have no idea. This looks plausible, but it's almost impossible to calculate all these different lines all the way till the end. I guess if you're Caruana, you can start with knight f6, which you need anyway to keep this pawn at bay and force this bishop to commit to somewhere. It's probably more accurate than starting with g5, because then some lines the bishop might go here, which it can't do right now because this is a check. So still stuff to play for, but once again, it looks like a draw, even though we briefly got excited here because a4 seemed to give very good winning chances.
Yes, let's not forget that they are humans. We are just very happy with the NG moves, but it's not so easy, guys.
Caruana taking his time now, as he should, trying to make sure he calculates everything as well as he can. And he might have an edge here over Peter when it comes to pure stamina. He's young, he's very, very fit. And Peter, even though he hasn't won a game yet, he's had a lot of long battles or short, painful losses, which cost just as much nervous energy, the game against Vichy. It feels like, yeah, he's played a fantastic game for the first, let's say, 29 moves, getting more or less winning position, but
The piece sacrifice and then finding d takes e4. It's really impressive, but then...
Yeah, he's fallen off a little afterwards. Rook c7 on the board. Should be a draw. What's going on in the chat?
If there are any new questions about the players, about the games, about Jan's coffee. I see a lot of comments about your coffee drinking, if it's any good for chess.
I'm not sure. Not a lot of premium members. Where's all our premium members? We need help, guys. And if you want help improving your chess, that's the best investment you can make. 10 euros per month. You get access to literally thousands of videos and you can play Grandmasters, get a faster engine, the site works much better. All the good stuff. So if you want to support this little Chess24 project, become a premium member. I don't think you're going to regret it.
10 euros per month, that's cheaper than anything. I have paddle lessons and Zumba lessons and they cost a lot more than a Chess24 membership. It's just, I don't think that I'm getting the same from those lessons once a week. What is that? One week per lesson and I'm paying more.
I don't know. I don't spend any money on any lessons. I can relate. I do spend a lot of money on my NBA TV. That's my most expensive subscription. But no, I believe if you want to improve your chess, then it's very helpful. We're trying to keep these things like the live broadcasts free for everyone to watch. But of course, in order to do that, we need some premium members, which is a bit of a contradiction. That's how it works.
St. Francis is saying that, Jan, I'm a premium member and it is great.
Boom.
All of you become premium. St. Francis is saying that being a premium is great.
Satisfied customer, good to hear that. Fabian Caruana is a premium member, even though it's free for Grandmasters, so I don't think he's... We're charging him. He's crushed me in a bunch of banter blitzes.
Really?
Yeah. He's played g5 immediately, which, yeah, I thought might have been smarter to go knight f6 first to make this bishop commit. But he wants to keep some winning chances alive, and he's still hoping this pawn can run up the board. When now Peter has a chance to go e7, this is the line I mentioned, knight f6, and leave his bishop on this long diagonal, which I believe he should go for. The bishop controls the g-pawn and threatens to support the a-pawn. The computer is still defending this, but it does feel very unpleasant for black.
Let's hope. We can still hope for a victory for Peter. All the fans of Caruana can still hope for a victory for Fabi, because this position, anyone can blunder.
Yeah, something would have to go very wrong for Peter to lose this, though. It's very unlikely, unless he goes completely crazy.
We have a question by the Swinks, if I can scroll back, who has been the most surprising participants in the candidates to us, whose performance is surprising us.
And now it's always easy to say with hindsight, but I'm not that surprised by anything. Like, I thought Topalov could have a very good score or could have a terrible score. That's an element of his style. With Nakamura, yes, similarly, and it's his first candidates. He put a lot of pressure on himself. Now he's back on -1 and can maybe still enter the race. Giri is being Giri. Very solid performance, but not won a game yet. Vishy could have gone either way as well, but he tends to do well at this stage. He's, of course, been around the block a few times. And, yeah, the field is so equal, so
yeah,
nothing too surprising.
I'm slightly surprised by Caruana's results so far. Not his play. I think he's been playing very well, but I expected him to have +1, +2 by this stage of the tournament. I thought he would be one of the favorites. But still, half of the event is left, so he might win it.
Yeah, anything can still happen, but of course, the leaders, Levon and Karjakin, are the favorites right now. The players are so equal in strength that whoever is ahead, I will consider the favorite.
Pawn Pusher is asking if he has been a member since the start of Chess24, can he get the goodie bags?
I don't think that's how it works, but I'll put in a good word for Pawn Pusher.
Yeah, maybe if you change your premium membership to the 2-year or 3-year premium memberships, because I think those go with the goodie bags. So if you have a 1-year premium membership, that's not enough yet for all those signed mugs that we have here at the office.
I have no idea. I'm not involved in the goodie bags business. I'm involved in the coffee business, but I'm out of coffee now. And yeah, probably I drank a little too much. I do think it helps when you're playing chess to be lightly caffeinated. I read some article which might have been crap, but who knows? I'm not allowed to say that. But that it helps. It supports you 10%, be it physical activity or mental, to have some caffeine intake.
I did not know of that, but I did hear that you shouldn't drink too much because you might give a positive doping test.
Oh, with coffee?
Yeah, that's what I read. With coffee, also Coke, and yeah, you should avoid drinking too much. I don't know how much is too much, maybe liters of coffee, but you should be careful with the doping test.
No, maybe, but then yeah, it must be a very high threshold. Last time I checked, it was on the doping list briefly, but in chess, it's supposed to be fine.
Yeah, also in chess, of course, people can cheat with anything, but not the things you would drink or eat. You have a smartphone with you and check the moves in the bathroom. That's cheating and not drinking coffee.
Yeah, don't bring your smartphone with you. That's not very nice and no longer allowed. It shouldn't be, of course, at tournaments of this level. There are big checks for any electronic advisors Yeah, the coffee problem is also if you drink a lot, then at some point there's a drop off, and you never know how long a chess game's gonna take. Like, is it gonna be 2 hours or is it gonna be 6, 7 hours? So it's hard to time your drug intake correctly. Not sure when Nakamura had his first Red Bull today, but it looks like he did get it right. Peter taking his time here. Do you know the time control? How much time do they get after move 40? Like 50 minutes?
Yeah, they get 50, and after move 60, an extra 15 minutes.
So this can still take a while.
Yeah, definitely. We have plenty of time to talk about basketball and TV shows. Do you watch Quantico, by the way? I've just started watching it.
Sorry?
Quantico. It's a TV series. It's like an FBI agent thing. I like these kind of stuffs, like detective stories and agents. Quantico, I think, is the title. You don't know about it.
No, I
thought
never
you are
heard
the
of it.
expert on series.
Yeah, I'm getting old. There's too many shows out there. You can't keep track of everything. Well, check it out. Quantico.
Yeah, I'm not very up to date because I've just finished watching Prison Break. I mean, I stopped watching it because I just thought it became already nonsense. The same with Lost. I started watching them like years later than when people really did watch it on TV. So I'm really not up to date on this. What do you watch now? Still Game of Thrones, I guess.
Yeah, Game of Thrones on break. It's gonna come back soon. That's the one big consensus show that everyone is watching. And no, I haven't been doing that much TV watching recently. It's a Netflix show I enjoyed called Love. It's a romantic comedy, not my favorite genre normally, but that one was very entertaining.
I think we are all surprised here.
Yeah, as long as the characters are screwed up enough. I like those. And else, no, I don't think I've been watching a lot of things. Very busy days. And Shubain is pointing out, yeah, I need more coffee because I still look sleepy. I didn't drink that much, just 2 cups, come on.
And the rest of the users are pointing out that Quantico is bad. I agree. I think it's not the best series ever. It's just entertaining. I'm only watching the first episode, so I think it becomes worse later. The same with Prison Break. I can't watch it anymore. I really like the first season, but the rest. Now he's gonna go to jail again, and that's just nonsense. I mean, you already escaped from prison, and now you go back. So yeah, I think it was time for me to stop.
Yeah, I only watched the first 1.5 seasons and I got bored, but the first season's good. Now that's like 10 years old, right? Like Prison Break.
Yeah, yeah. I do watch everything. Like years later, I think I watched like Harry Potter when everybody was already like they already read the books, and I was like, okay, maybe I should also then just go with the trend.
Yeah, I have some inside sources that Prison Break the first season might have been a part of Fabiano Caruana's pre-tournament preparation, so he's also late to the party.
Really?
Yeah.
That's good to know.
What's Peter doing? He took on e4? What is that? Rook takes e4. What does he want? e7? Then king g8? No, he's just simplifying to a draw. Come on, Peter, you need to win a game once. I don't get it. No, this is just a draw offer. e7, king g8. The king is in time to control the pawn. Yeah, whatever. Rook c3, rook e7, or king f7. King f7 might be more accurate. Because here, at least, has to be a draw, but white maybe has some hopes. Just king f7. The king is close enough. And worst case scenario, you can always pick up this pawn and then give your rook for the a pawn and run with the g pawn. No, this is just a draw. I don't know, it's a bit of the trend we've seen earlier with Peter against Nakamura. He also simplified to a draw in a position where I still thought he had very good, at least practical winning chances. And same thing here. Maybe he was thinking, poor commentators, I don't want to make them suffer forever.
Do you think he thought about us? Just not to make us stay here 5 more hours commentating rook and bishop.
Yeah, that's still a disappointing decision, and I'm also not sure what he was afraid of, because you really can't lose this position. Here, then try to push your a-pawn up the board, so I think he could have tried this without taking any risks.
Maybe he was afraid of this king f7 line where you take the pawn on e7, but anyway, he has always rook takes e3 in the moment when black captures.
Yeah, but only white is playing for a win here.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's sad, unless there's some hidden chance, which I don't see, but no, I don't think there is.
That's a pity. He was playing really well. This piece sacrifice, d takes e4, and we were really rooting for Peter, hoping that he would get his first win.
Yeah, not gonna happen. This is gonna be a draw zone. They call him Peter Geary in the chat.
That's not fair, guys. Peter's trying every round really hard. He was playing for a win today as well. He was playing for a win against Nakamura. He's pushing. You shouldn't really disrespect that.
No. He's been well prepared and he's been pushing hard. I don't know, yeah, his technique has been a bit of his downfall. I'm not sure if it's a chess education thing or a psychological thing. Since he's such a nice guy, maybe he doesn't want to keep pushing forever if he feels like it's gonna be a draw anyway. Very hard to evaluate, and yeah, it's a pity because yeah, I've been rooting for him and he's played some great games, but the results don't really show it yet. He's gonna be at -1 after this one, and of course with the more games passing, the harder it's gonna be to get back into contention.
That's true, unfortunately. What do you think about looking at tomorrow's pairings already? Because it's gonna be round 8, so halfway has passed. Svidler, Karyakin. It's gonna be interesting, and also Caruana, Nakamura, Aronyan, Giri, and Topalov, Anand. So we are back where we began. The two Russians playing against each other and the two Americans, just like in the first round.
Yeah, Svidler gets another white game, maybe another chance for him. But Karyakin's been very solid all tournament. Another battle of the Americans. Things haven't been going so well for them, so it's probably a less anticipated American clash than Batman, Superman, or whatever else we got coming up. But still always exciting to see those guys play. Live on with white against Giri. Anish has been very solid. But yeah, that's not an easy game to win if you're Anish and you wanna jump into the chase for first place. And Topalov, things haven't been going well for him. He faces his old rival Vichy.
But
Could
he
go
might do it.
either way.
I think I will predict Topalov's victory because he has to bounce back, and maybe tomorrow's gonna be the day. Anyway, Vichy's playing very well, so I don't think he should have problems. But who knows? I think Topalov will go all in.
No, he's certainly gonna try. But yeah, you never know. He could also say, you know what, I'm out of the run for first. I don't care anymore. I'll try to be solid with white. I honestly have no idea.
So we don't have any new moves here, but it's very likely to go for the position that you have showed us.
Yeah, this is just a draw. I'm not sure, because Fabiano's normally at the board, so I guess he already did play rook takes e4. Maybe the game is over. I have no clue, because bishop e4 really looks like a draw offer. We'll find out.
Yeah, I think it's over already, and it's a draw. Of course, perhaps he offered a draw after bishop takes e4.
Yeah, it feels like that, because this is just simplifying. Yeah, pity. Even in the final position, like, it's probably objectively drawn, but I have a feeling, well, I wouldn't be comfortable with black at the very least after, yeah, any of those lines. You'd still be very scared. Once again, Peter, great game, but didn't manage to close it, so he stays on -1. Caruana joins Giri on 7 draws, and more action coming up tomorrow.
Definitely, but I think today's round was really exciting. 2 piece sacrifices, also the Hikaru pawn was always running. We can't complain. The only peaceful draw was between Giri and Anand.
A lot of action, but no decisive results except for Nakamura winning his first game against Vasily and Topalov. Thank you guys for watching. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, different games.
See you tomorrow.